So, good afternoon, everyone. We're almost fully booked, so it's a great pleasure to have you all here this afternoon. And it is with great gratitude that I would like to welcome the esteemed members of the German Parliament, the Deutsche Bundestag, as well as the representatives of the German Federal Foreign Office, because without you, we would not be here today. So thank you very much for taking the time. I would also like to welcome all of you, the fellows, the academic hosts and mentors, the representatives of partner organizations, and our guests, both here in this room and online. My name is Judith Wellen. I'm Head of Strategy and External Relations here at the Foundation. And together with my colleague Frank Albrecht over there, we will be your Masters of Ceremony today and guide you through the program ahead of us. Please allow me to kick you off, or kick all of us off, with some practical information also regarding the security and safety of this event. I have my notes here, so I don't forget anything. We have tried to make this event as accessible as possible. This afternoon will be streamed online, and several of tomorrow's sessions will also be in a hybrid format. Please have a look at our event app. I guess most of you already did, but if you haven't looked at it so far, now is the chance. Personally, I'm a big fan. It's a really great app with all the information on the program you might need. In case you have needs for information that you don't find on the app, please contact all of us wearing the green badges, and we're here to help you. For reasons of sustainability, we have cut back, and you might have noted that already, we've cut back on the number of printed copies. There are some around if you need one, but otherwise there's always the app that I've announced already. A few points related to the security of our attendees, and I would invite you to pay close attention to that. Today's program, as you've noted, will be filmed and streamed live via YouTube. The Humboldt Foundation also employs a photographer, to my left, welcome to you too, to document the event. And also selected representatives of the media have been invited to part of the event. Having said that, everyone has been instructed that restrictions apply to photography and filming. For instance, attendees were able to decline being photographed upon registration. Please note that attendees who are wearing a yellow, not the green one that I'm wearing, but a yellow lanyard, must not be photographed or filmed at any time, including during breaks or meals. You also find designated no photo zones in all meeting rooms, including the dinner space. We ask that attendees refrain from photography or videography in these zones also at any time. Please be aware that your voice will be recorded when asking a public question via the microphone. What to do if you don't want your voice recorded, you can ask any staff member to ask the question on your behalf. Again, you recognize staff members by the green lanyard, and also because they're on each side holding a microphone for you in case you need them. Some sessions do not allow for any online attendance in order to create a safe space for open exchange. Finally, I would take a brief moment and to very, very warmly thank my team, especially Frank Albrecht, whom I've already mentioned, who will be my co-host in today's program, but also Maike Diderot and Sandra Grieva and the entire team of the Philipp Schwartz and Academic Freedom department that we have at the Foundation for bringing this event to life, and for our Congress agency, Congressa, who are somewhere around here. Thank you very much to you also for your great support during this event. So now I'm already at the end of my safety and security instructions. I have now the great pleasure to without further delay, welcome the President of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, Professor Robert Schlögl. Herr Schlögl, if you want it, the floor is yours.
Welcome. Thanks so much that you're all here. We have heard a lot of safety and security measures, and this in its own right is a sad sign about what is the status of academic freedom in our world. Normally, you would not want to expect that such things have to be announced. Anyway, esteemed members of the Bundestag, representatives of the Foreign Office, thanks so much that you are here. Members from the Inspireurope project and partners from across the globe. We will hear more about this as we go along. Welcome to the 2024 edition of Philipp Schwartz and Inspireurope Stakeholder Forum. It is very full. This can be said, this is good that this is so full, but it can also be an indication, again, as I said before, it is apparently needed. And possibly we would love to have less people here and more freedom in our world. The war in Ukraine is in all our minds, as are the ongoing conflicts, and there's a long list: Israel, Palestine, Afghanistan, Myanmar, you name it. Across the globe, civil liberties have not been in a more critical state for decades, and things are worsening. Researchers are particularly exposed when they take a stand against untruth, propaganda, political oppression. And I dare to say academic freedom across the globe in these days is not in a good state. How can we not despair in the face of these and other global developments that affect the academic communities and even the entire societies? Well, we do what we do here. We have to stand up for our values and give support to those who do it in person for us. Germany, the European Union, and elsewhere, decisive steps have been taken in order to support researchers at risk and defend academic freedom. In Germany, the federal government has long been committed to supporting civil society actors at risk. In 2015, the Federal Foreign Office and the Humboldt Foundation created the Philipp Schwartz Initiative for Researchers at Risk. With significant and reliable support from the Foreign Office and also from the German Bundestag, over 500 researchers have been, and their host institution, have received the support to rebuild their academic careers in safety and security. On behalf of the Humboldt Foundation, I reconfirm our firm commitment to maintain and strengthen this work to the best of our ability, and I say this very clearly, also in times of reducing resources. Since the inception of the Philipp Schwartz Initiative, similar programs have been created by the Foreign Office and its partners for students, artists, human rights defenders, and most recently also journalists at risk. This commitment to the protection of vulnerable civil society members sets standards for, I think, for all countries. On the European level, the European Commission has been supporting the Inspireurope project since 2019, enabling institutions from Maynooth to Gothenburg, from Paris to Thessaloniki, to coordinate and consolidate support for at-risk researchers and for academic freedom. In 2022, the Commission created MSCA for Ukraine and supported the Scholars at Risk Europe, European University Association, and the Humboldt Foundation throughout its implementation. I would like to very explicitly thank the Commission for their great commitment and their continued support. Today, 125 Ukraine Fellows pursue their work in 21 countries across the European Union and Horizon Europe associated states. However, not a single researcher would have found refuge in Germany and Europe without the commitment of our academic hosts and host institutions. Of course, they play an essential role in assisting exiled researchers in developing their full potential in safety. Academic mentors create opportunities for fruitful collaboration, normal, open their networks, not so normal, and offer guidance if needed. And then also I have to say administrators They provide assistance and advice from finding accommodation and schooling of kids for solving complex legal challenges. This enormous effort that is sometimes a little bit behind of the scene is also deeply appreciated, otherwise the thing wouldn't work. The Humboldt Foundation's gratitude also extends to those partners who have provided advice and most generous financial support to the Philipp Schwartz initiative over the past years. I would like to express explicitly the appreciation from the Andrew Mellon Foundation, the Gerda Henkel Foundation, and Stiftung Mercator. My deepest respect, however, is owed to the researchers and students in this audience and elsewhere who refuse to bow to the threats of prosecution in armed conflicts. You are the heroes. We can only learn from your undefeated resilience, your determination to never give up, to support those still at risk back home, and one day to hopefully return and rebuild. I'm very grateful that several researchers will share their experience with us today. We will hear this very soon. In time of dwindling supports from the state, the issue of sustainability of such activities arises. We have today to defend our efforts in priority debates. What is more important to those people who to give the resources? It is important that we communicate the motivation of the undertaking. In a first reflex, there is always the motivation of help. There's nothing wrong with giving and accepting help in initial critical situations, as long as we act in mutual respect. Sometimes that's forgotten. But the situations tend to last, as we observe in many crises. The Ukraine war was a typical example. An outrage of help and then dwindling away, but the origin of the thing is still there. It's maybe even more cruel than it was at the beginning. So a second wave of motivation should be mutual benefit. We do never wish to exploit the human resources from a country in trouble. But return options are sometimes dangerous and often unrealistic. You simply can't do what you would like to do. Then we need to revert to networking. Researchers and their hosts may set up collaborative action with institutions or individuals back home. From delivering education and training over joint experimentation at high-level infrastructure or using cultural heritage back home or practices for study to jointly exploit results in small or large industrial settings. Such type of undertakings span a wide range of activities with mutual benefit. This is a sustained version of we would help those who are in danger. But the basis for all of this is the trustful interaction of individuals with a common idea of scientific quality, and that is the reason, or one of the important reasons why we are here today. Public discourse is being poisoned by malignant actors, I say, or extremists. They have gained power in federal and state parliaments. I believe it's the duty of the Humboldt Foundation to take responsible action on this and to promote free, honest, and evidence-based debates. The presidents of several German academic institutions, including myself, will campaign in person for these values in the context of the EU election at marketplaces in East German cities in the next months. We have 4 of these events. The Alexander von Humboldt Foundation further is partnering with the agency Congressa, that is the agency that is organizing this event where we are here, to launch a new project which will be named Fragile Freedom. It was once said, to understand freedom, you must listen to those who have lost it. And you can practice this in this afternoon already. We will invite Philipp Schwartz Fellows to join us in a series of events aimed at the general public and to share their academic and personal experiences regarding shrinking spaces for civil liberties. Our partner Congressa not only has coordinated this logistic of this activity for several years, but they also do other scientific significant work in science communication. I thank them for spearheading this project and securing funding from the Federal Ministry of Education and Research. Let me close by appreciation our excellent partners across the globe. I would like to thank the Scholars at Risk Network, the Council for at-risk academics who have been offering advice and support to us from the Philipp Schwartz initiative from the very beginning. I would also like to thank our partners in the MSCA for the Ukraine project and of course our co-hosts, the Inspireurope consortium. It's a privilege to work with you. So it's therefore my great pleasure to introduce now Robert Quinn, the Executive Director of the Scholars at Risk Network, who will welcome you on behalf of the Inspireurope consortium. Rob, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Schlogel. Dear representatives of the Federal Foreign Office, the Bundestag, the Diplomatic Corps, and the European Commission, dear scholars and researchers, dear partners in the SAR Germany section, in the Inspireurope and MSCA for Ukraine consortia, and throughout our network and our community, dear guests. On behalf of Scholars at Risk Europe at Maynooth University, the Inspireurope and the MSCA for Ukraine consortia, let me join Dr. Schlogel in welcoming all of you to this annual forum. I offer immense thanks to the colleagues at the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, are just dear partners. We are equally lucky to work with you, for hosting this gathering, which provides an opportunity for us, an important opportunity to reflect on the work taking place, but also to explore new responses to the continuing challenges. I want to join Dr. Schlogel and extend a special welcome to the many researchers at risk from around the world, joining us here in Berlin today and online. Whether you're supported by the PSI program, by PAUSE, by SAR, by CARA, by MSCA for Ukraine, by SRF, or any of the other important programs, you are working hard to continue your careers, even while you continue to face uncertainty, even while you continue to try to contribute to your home academic communities. You are the reason we're here today, the reason our various programs were created, and we look forward to learning from you over these 2 days and beyond. As many in the room know, Inspireurope is an EU-funded, Europe-wide consortia coordinating and strengthening support in Europe for researchers at risk. We organize workshops and trainings, consultations with researchers, and capacity-building activities for host organizations. We are encouraging and advising of the development of new national-level initiatives, building on the excellent models from here in Germany and from France. And we provide input to European-level policy-making processes on matters relating to researchers at risk and academic freedom. Inspireurope has been an extremely effective vehicle for these coordinated actions in Europe. On behalf of the consortium members, I express our gratitude to the European Commission's Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions for funding this coordination work. And I want to particularly thank the MSCA unit and their colleagues at the DG EAC and the Research Executive Agency, including especially Claire Morel, Maria Mittig, Maria Fetetovaita, and Andrea Hutterer, some of whom are with us here today. EU support for these programs is making a significant and immediate difference in the lives and careers of researchers at risk. As Dr. Schlogel mentioned, MSC for Ukraine alone is supporting 125 researchers from Ukraine in the form of fellowships, training, and network activities, helping to maintain their professional connections, to facilitate their reintegration in Ukraine when conditions permit, and to encourage meaningful brain circulation across European and Ukrainian research sectors. I think these impacts alone are enough reason to justify these programs. But EU support has a wider and equally important impact by serving as both a signal and a model. EU support for researchers at risk serves as a signal to authoritarian regimes that academic freedom matters to stable, prosperous, democratically legitimate societies, and that threats to scholars and universities are unacceptable and will not go unnoticed. At the same time, EU support for researchers at risk serves as a model to reinforce and inspire more multilateral and national level actions in Europe and beyond. I think it is not a coincidence that not long after the Commission issued last summer a call for a pilot scheme to support researchers at risk from any country, that we saw in North America, for the first time in decades, the US State Department issue a call this summer for a very similar program. Inspireurope partners have been disseminating these kinds of models widely, and we will continue to do so with the hope and expectation that every country and every university will do its part, however large or small, to protect scholars and students and to defend academic freedom. This is our hope, and toward it we must continue to spread these positive models. But we must also continue to sound the alarm, because as much as we have accomplished together already, threats to academic freedom are increasing. We know this from the data, and we know this from our experience. We know this from the volume of cases of scholars and students coming to our program seeking help. We know this from the number of incidents of attacks on higher education we document each year in our Free to Think reports at Scholars at Risk and otherwise. And we know this from the latest data in the Academic Freedom Index. We're grateful to have colleagues from Ukraine and Afghanistan and many other countries with us here today and online, but we know that there are many times more colleagues still facing risks in home countries. We have much more to do, but there is reason for hope. Our community of administrators and scholars, institutions and funding partners, advocates and NGOs and programs and networks has never been larger. Technologies that have made it easier to threaten scholars have also made it easier to uncover violations and to deliver assistance. And thanks to vital partnerships like Inspireurope and MSCA for Ukraine, between states and higher education institutions, civil society, and while small and increasingly with the private sector, there are more programs and fellowship opportunities for researchers at risk now than perhaps at any other time. And thanks in part to our efforts of sounding the alarm, and in part due to the fact that headlines show us attempts to silence dissent, whether academic or otherwise, even the public in some quarters is beginning to show signs of understanding why academic freedom matters not just to academics, but to them. It is true, there is a negative tide of violations, and we must continue our efforts to respond separately and together. But underneath the negative is an exciting countercurrent that offers the possibility of a different future with fewer attacks and greater respect for academic freedom. In the last few years, we've seen promising efforts at the European level to adopt academic freedom promoting measures, including in the European Parliament, the European Research Area, the European Higher Education Area, the European External Action Service, and the Council of Europe. There has been more activity in favor of academic freedom within the UN and regional human rights systems over the last few years than there has been in decades, including actions by UN special rapporteurs, by UN treaty bodies, by the UN Human Rights Council, by UNESCO, and by the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. All of these efforts will take time. But if they allow us to respond to situations of concern before scholars are forced into exile, before universities are shut down or destroyed, the payoffs will be immense. Fewer generations of scholars and students lost or impaired. More scholars and students achieving the potential in their home communities and in deep and meaningful partnerships across borders. Greater understanding among academics, policymakers, and the public of what academic freedom is and why it matters. As evidenced by the capacity and goodwill in this room, the community joining us online, there has never been a better time to defend academic freedom. It's up to all of us to capture this moment. It's up to all of us to ensure that defending academic freedom is not an academic discussion. It's up to all of us to continue to deliver immediate, necessary assistance to as many as possible, even while we look for new approaches to help even more, and even as we work for changes in policy and practices so that fewer scholars are attacked in the first place. Many thanks again to the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation for hosting this special event, to the European Commission, the Mellon Foundation, the Gerda Henkel Foundation, and all the other funding partners. Thank you again to the Inspireurope Consortia and MSCA for Ukraine Consortia members and partners. And I especially thank all of you for being here, a part of this event in the room and online. I welcome you, and I hope you enjoy and benefit from our time together. It's my pleasure now to introduce Ms. Reifenstuhl of the German Federal Foreign Office. Thank you.
Esteemed members of the German Bundestag and of the diplomatic service, dear scholars and researchers, academic mentors, host institutions and representatives, lieber Herr Professor Schlögel, Robert Quinn, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Promoting academic exchange and international cooperation has been the core business for German organizations of academic and scientific cooperation. And the Humboldt-Stiftung, the Alexander Humboldt Foundation, stands for this. By doing exactly this, strengthening academic and scientific cooperation and mobility, the foundation has proven the soft power of science and education in Germany's international relations. However, the situation of science and scientific and academic cooperation is increasingly coming under pressure. Shrinking spaces threaten academic freedom. Wars such as Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine or violent conflicts around the globe force students, researchers, and scientists to leave their institutions and their country. What used to be the core business of German academic and science organization can in many places not be conducted anymore. Instead, at-risk programs are what's necessary. To give just an example, there are researchers from Afghanistan among us who refuse to give up their freedom of research and teaching, who would not compromise their academic integrity in the face of the Taliban. There are scholars from Iran who would never consent to spying on their fellow faculty or to reporting students for not adhering to a dress code, which is sufficient reason to be dismissed or face far worse repercussions. There are researchers from Ukraine, from Sudan, and many other regions who were forced into exile in the face of war. Still, despite enormous challenges and uncertainties, many of you continue to engage with students and colleagues who are still under threat in your countries of origin. I would also like to mention your contributions within your host communities, here in Germany, Europe, and elsewhere. Going far beyond the work in your academic fields, in your labs and working groups, many of you share your particularly valuable perspectives on broader discourses, debates on the precarity of academic exile, on academic freedom, and on the erosion of democratic values across the globe. Following decades of strengthening civil liberties, today's surge of authoritarian regimes goes hand in hand with increasing limitations to academic freedom. According to the latest update of the Academic Freedom Index, global academic freedom has decreased to the lowest point since 1973. Today, more than 3.5 billion people live in societies in which academic freedom is extremely or fully restricted. Against this background, your determination and courage deserve our respect. Your testimony also reminds us that the shrinking spaces for academic freedom will not exclude European societies if we are not willing to speak up and defend our values. Let me also welcome all those who make it possible to provide safe havens for researchers in exile. This includes academic mentors, administrators in the international offices, university leaders, and those in other organizations, such as Scholars at Risk and consortia such as Inspireurope. The examples of brute oppression that I mentioned require adequate response from the scientific and academic exchange organizations, but also of Germany's science diplomacy. We have to clearly position ourselves because our foreign cultural and education policy does not take place in a vacuum. Not only do we face the global challenges of systemic competition between autocracies and democracies, a war on European soil, major threats to a rules-based world order and authoritarian tendencies on the rise worldwide, but we are also an active player in this challenging environment. Protecting vulnerable members of civil society and offering and providing safe spaces for free intellectual pursuit and for critical thinking therefore have to be a core part of science diplomacy. Over the past 9 years, the Federal Foreign Office has continuously and significantly built up its support of protection work with the endorsement of the German Bundestag, for which I would like to express my sincere gratitude. It started with the Philipp Schwartz initiative for researchers at risk, which we spearheaded together with the Humboldt Foundation a few years ago. The foundation deserves special thanks for its firm commitment and for pioneering in this regard. Since its inception, the Philipp Schwartz initiative has evolved into a significant player within a global network of like-minded partners for the benefit of researchers at risk and the advancement of academic freedom. So far, the Philipp Schwartz initiative was able to host around 500 scientists, an impressive number, but the need is much bigger. Therefore, international and European efforts are essential. Neither Inspireurope nor MSCA for Ukraine would have been possible without strong, reliable partnerships that withstand the most challenging times. Let me take this opportunity to express my appreciations to the representatives of the European Commission who made these European efforts possible and are going above and beyond to support the Humboldt Foundation and its partners in their implementation. Our goal is to further develop European at-risk programs as part of our future science diplomacy strategy of the European Union. As of late, the Federal Foreign Office also funds the Hilde Domin program for students at risk at the German Academic Exchange Service, the Elisabeth Selbert Initiative for Human Rights Defenders at IFA Institut für Auslandsbeziehungen, the Martin Roth Initiative for Artists at Risk, and the Goethe at IFA and the Goethe Institute, and most recently the Hannah Arendt Initiative for the protection of media professionals in crisis and conflict areas, funded by the Federal Government Commissioner for Culture and Media, which is implemented by a civil society network. It is more than clear science diplomacy, including its at-risk programs, are essentials and not nice to have. At-risk programs are essentials to have because the objective of these programs is to protect not only the pursuit of academic work, scientific research and academic freedom, but our common freedom and security in an interconnected world. Ladies and gentlemen, today's conference is the proof of the power of networks and of each individual commitment to academic freedom. On behalf of the Foreign Office, I commend all of you on your joint efforts and would like to reconfirm our commitment to our shared goals and values. I wish us an exciting and enriching conference. Thank you.
Frau Reifenstuhl-Rob and Professor Schöbel, thank you very much for kicking us off and for offering such a kind welcome. It is now my and our great pleasure to introduce to you all our first panel, which will explore the situation of at-risk researchers and academic freedom in Turkey, Iran, Afghanistan, and Equatorial Guinea. Afterwards, we will have a coffee break, so in order if there should be any questions that we cannot raise during the discussion, you can pose them to our speakers afterwards directly. So, without further ado, let me welcome Dr. Ganji, Dr. Jafari, Dr. Obono, Dr. Demir, and Dr. Sepp Zwirner, thank you very much for speaking to us today, and welcome.
I would like to welcome you all to our panel discussion on academic freedom in authoritarian contexts. Across the globe, authoritarian regimes are increasingly targeting universities and faculty members alike, stifling critical thinking and suppressing academic freedom. Today we have assembled, Judith just mentioned, a distinguished panel to provide insight into the situation in Turkey, Afghanistan, Iran, and Equatorial Guinea. Throughout our discussion, we will examine various examples of how oppression strategies employed by these regimes and explore how scholars have responded and endeavored to resist. Moreover, we will delve into the broader threats of authoritarianism, considering how academic freedom intersects with these issues. Notably, all 4 countries under scrutiny today belong to the bottom 10%, I'm sorry to say that, and lowest status groups in the 2024 update to the Academic Freedom Index. While Iran and Equatorial Guinea have maintained consistently low scores over the past decades, Turkey and Afghanistan have experienced significant declines in academic freedom during this period. Our goal in this panel is to gain a deeper understanding of whether there are diverging or converging pathways into this context. Our esteemed contributors will provide insights into the unique situation in each country, shedding light on the challenges faced by scholars and institutions striving for academic freedom. Before we delve into our discussion today, I'd like to provide you with a brief overview of how our panel will unfold. Firstly, I'll introduce each of our esteemed panelists in alphabetical order. I'll focus on highlighting the most relevant details about each panelist. However, please feel free to explore their full CVs in the event app for more comprehensive information about their background and expertise. Following the introduction, we'll move to the heart of our discussion. Each panelist will have the opportunity to share their unique perspectives to our topic. We've agreed that each speaker will limit their presentation to no more than 8 minutes. This time constraint will ensure that we have ample opportunity for follow-up questions and discussion after all presentations are concluded. Once all panelists have spoken, I will open the floor for questions and comments. This segment will be crucial for fostering an engaging dialogue and exploring various aspects of our topic in more depth. Lastly, I'd like to note that we aim to conclude our discussion around 3:35, 3:40. This will allow everyone to enjoy a well-deserved coffee break and recharge for the rest of the day's events. So without further delay, I will now introduce each of our esteemed panelists. Dr. Vedat Demir is a visiting scholar at Freie Universität Berlin. He served as an Einstein guest researcher at the university until 2024. Previously, he was a visiting professor at the University of Potsdam as a PSI fellow until 2022. Prior to that, he served at Istanbul University as a communication professor until his dismissal by a government decree in 2016. Dr. Demir obtained his bachelor's and master's degree from Marmara University and his PhD from Istanbul University, and his research focuses on political communication and public diplomacy. He is a former General Secretary of the Turkish Press Council. Dr. Azadeh Ganje holds a doctorate in philosophy and in theater studies and is as well a scholar, as a performance artist and a dramaturg. After receiving her BA in civil engineering, she earned a master's degree in theater directing from Tehran Art University and graduated with a doctorate in philosophy and theater studies from Bern University. She left Iran by serving as the director of International Office of the Fine Arts College and as a professor at the School of Performing Arts, the University of Tehran, in 2022. Since April that year, she has held a fellowship with the Philipp Schwartz Initiative and is affiliated with the University of Hildesheim. She is a member of the working group of Research at Risk, and her research interests are focused on the performativity of public events, activism in performance art, and theater for development and democracy. Dr. Belgais Jafari Alavi is an Afghan researcher based in Paris and lecturer at the Institut National des Langues et Civilisations Orientales. She was a pause beneficiary in 2019. Her recent research has focused on migration and Afghan popular culture. She collaborated with the ANR Liminal Project on linguistic and intercultural mediations in context of international migration and contributed in the study of the representations of exile about contemporary migrants and on the lexicon of migration. Currently, she is pursuing a research project on modern Afghan literature. Dr. Trifonia Melibea-Obono is a writer, archivist, and professor of the National University of Equatorial Guinea. With a PhD in interdisciplinary gender studies and equality policies from the University of Salamanca in Spain, she has made intersectionality and feminisms the main axes of her work. But Melibea is also a prolific literary writer. She has received several awards for her literary work and collaborates with prominent media outlets such as El Salto, El País, Afroféminas, etc. She is the author of La Negra, Herencia de Bindende, La Bastarda, the first book from Equatorial Guinea to be translated into English, La Albina del Dinero, Las mujeres hablan mucho y mal, Allí abajo de las mujeres, Yo no quería ser madre, and from 2023, her book La hija de las Mitangan. Having introduced our distinguished panel, it is now my pleasure to invite our first speaker to share their insights with us. Vedat, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the wonderful introduction, Suzanne. Thank you to the Humboldt Foundation for organizing this event, and thank you all for coming. As you all know, academic freedom has been under attack in several countries. In countries like Russia and Hungary, we see the government silencing critical voices, banning certain disciplines, making it impossible for some universities to operate, but some of the most egregious violations of academic freedom have happened in Turkey. When you take a look at Turkish history, you can see that Turkey has always had trouble establishing a solid democracy and rule of law. You see this constant tug of war between the Turkish military and civilian government in Turkey. This struggle resulted with several military coups. These military coups prevented the construction of a healthy democracy and for a free academia. However, Turkey had a big chance in the 2000s to establish a healthy democracy. The democratic reforms that were made for Turkey's European Union candidacy created a new image of Turkey as a liberal, conservative democracy. Turkey was considered a model country in its region at that time. These democratic reforms were made by Erdogan's government. One of the reforms was removing the military power over civilian politics. Once Erdogan eliminated military, he started following his authoritarian agenda. He created an authoritarian regime that can be classified as a competitive authoritarianism instead of democratization. As most of you know, there was a failed coup attempt in Turkey on July 15, 2016. The details about it remain mystery. Since the government is not willing to let anybody investigate it. What we know is that Erdogan called it a gift from God, and it gave him an excuse to carry out a purge and target all opposition. With the new powers he acquired, Erdogan established his one-man rule. Erdogan was able to use the coup as an excuse so well because he created a discourse to control every part of the Turkish society. According to society, they were defending their country, with Erdogan against the terrorist, enemy of states, and traitors controlled by Western powers. The funny thing is that the opposition groups also started using the same language by calling each other terrorists. With the support of opposition parties, the government declared state of emergency and issued decrees to fight threats to national security and unity. These decrees undermined the foundations of the rule of law and gave Erdogan the power to conduct arbitrary arrests and dismissal through the judicial system. Under the state of emergency, the Erdogan government started a purge against different parts of opposition. The purge targeted mainly Gülen movement as well as the Kurds and other groups opposing Erdogan. According to reports, about 150,000 civil servants were dismissed from their position. But it is estimated that the real number is much higher. 7,000 of these were academics from public universities. These people were not only dismissed from their universities, but also detained, arrested, and labeled as a terrorist. If you also add the 3,000 academics who work at private universities that were shut down by the government, you get about 10,000 faculty members who were unemployment and blacklisted by the government. In addition to this, 15 universities were shut down and more than 300,000 books were destroyed by government. The consequences were even more devastating for academics from public universities, were dismissed from public universities because they lost their jobs, but they were also detained, arrested, and accused of being a terrorist. They were blacklisted by the government. They couldn't even apply for low-skilled jobs. Their families were also targeted. The government canceled their passports and issued arbitrary travel bans for their spouses and children. They couldn't get a job and they couldn't leave the country. Their most basic human rights were violated simply because they were in the blacklist of the Erdogan government. There was no administrative or legal investigation. These people's lives suddenly turned upside down and they basically had to continue their lives labeled as terrorists. European NGOs documented at least 30 types of discriminatory practices affecting the purge officials. These practices include blacklisting, labeling the victims as terrorists, arbitrary travel bans, preventing victims from getting jobs, banning victims from public office for life, and taking away their acquired rights such as social security, health care, and retirement savings. Some examples even include the purge victims not being able to adopt kids or become foster families. Even worse, there were instances where their adopted kids were taken from them. They were even denied COVID-19 economic relief and natural disaster aid. In the last 8 years, the dismissed academics had to deal with detention, arrest, social isolation, and long and unfair trials. Thousands of academics were arrested in this time. Those who were not tried to acquitted have not been able to return to their jobs. They have been simply trapped in Turkey with no civil rights for the last 8 years. The whole country became a big prison for them. And because of that, thousands of academics had to leave Turkey. With the pressure from the European Court of Human Rights, the Erdogan government established a review commission and courts under the control of the regime. They, of course, did not operate properly and kept preventing academics from returning to work. In summary, the Erdogan regime has established a vicious circle system from which the academics with opposing views cannot escape. Once labeled as a dissident by the government, you can never reclaim your rights and return to work or continue your life as ordinary citizen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vedat, for your insightful presentation. So now let's continue our exploration of this important topic by inviting Azadeh to share her perspective with us.
First of all, I would like to say hello to everyone who is present here. And I would also like to say thank you for your presentation, for introduction you made. I would also like to express my gratitude for being able to speak here. I am not sure if I can claim it is on behalf of all the fellow Iranian artists and researchers at risk, who I believe some of them are present here. So it is also a very heavy responsibility on my shoulders to be able to express whatever is happening there, which is absolutely not possible in few words. So I think it's also important to mention that academic freedom is and should be considered as a public concern, as you all rightly mentioned in your speeches. And because academic freedom is a guarantee of freedom for the entire society, the academy is in charge of finding out, comprehending, analyzing, and distributing the truth, regardless of ideology, identity, or authority. So at the same time, this is not only a concern for illiberal states and regimes. I believe wherever the authorities start regulating, silencing, or canceling the truth, academic freedom is in danger. And this needs advocacy from all of us, of course. In the religious totalitarian state of Iran, Islamic Republic, the state takes the place of God, knowledge, justice, and believes that it has the custody of all aspects of the life of the people. So there is only one politics possible, and it is the politics of the state. Therefore, practice of total control is present everywhere, and as well, in particular, in education and higher education institutions. It is done through different methods. It is done through curriculum. It is done through delegitimizing science when it confronts Sharia and religion, injecting members of propaganda into the staff, faculty members, and even student groups through the multi-phased process of administration and acceptance. It is done through being non-inclusive according to the religion, for example, for Baha'i members of the society. And there is always surveillance clearly present everywhere. It's actually decided that you feel and you know that there is surveillance over you as a scientist, as a scholar, as a member of the academy. This surveillance is inside the campus, and the state wishes to also control your private life, your private communication, through detective methods, through reports from your fellow academic members, and through oppression in different methods, with integrations, with different reports on you. They also misuse the method of tenure track and its durational evaluation as a tool for silencing or exploiting professors if they are not aligned with the politics of the state, or if they don't serve the promotion of the theories which help the propaganda, or if they actually bring hyperthesis or thesis inside their curriculum, which is not actually wanted or expected by the authority. But in any case, there are many researchers, there are many scholars and academics who are accountable and feel accountable for the present, past, and future. And this encourages resistance and resilience among them. The story of attacks by Iranian state authorities and lawmakers on academic freedom and higher education shows its frequent, structurally founded, and wide-ranging modality. State officials of Iran's brutal totalitarian regime have total control of higher education institutions. Official human rights reports reveal these systematic, at times violent and deadly, disciplined actions against faculty and students for their academic work, views, and expressive activities. If one wants to go to the details of these deadly attacks, then I should have said a trigger warning beforehand. This is done through state and non-state actors, including plainclothes, militias, security and military forces, government authorities, and university intelligence organizations called Harasat. But the most present force is the propaganda members of the higher education communities. I'm actually talking about injected professors, administration staff, and all institutions, and in most institutions, I'm talking about rectors, deans of the institution who are being chosen by the state according to a very special criteria. And also talking about a student wing of the ruling regime, as I mentioned before, they are actually injected into the system. In response to the latest uprising, Women Life Freedom, scholars and students not only protest for freedom, but also perform their duty of social responsibility toward the needs and problems of all members of the society. In Iran, students were leading actors in nationwide protests for women's rights and political reform. Professors who expressed support for the protest were fired or forced to resign. Attacks on student expression remain the most frequent type of attack reported at peaceful student protesters and the strikes during nationwide demonstrations. Beating, harassing, imprisonment, kidnapping, killing, and upending of scholars and students' academic careers have been documented. The security service, with the help of the university, in most cases records and reports from fellow members of the same field, accuses scholars and professors when their research focuses on sensitive topics such as poverty, drug addiction, sex work, international communication, child abuse, body and human rights. The claim is based on vague security charges allegedly involving suspicious foreign links. Therefore, even international academic exchanges are potentially a danger for academics who don't get the position of being able to communicate through the decisions of the authorities. So if you are personally making communications or projects, you are actually in danger of being accused of espionage. I should mention here Dr. Saeed Madani, who is still in the prison, and I should mention Nilufar Bayani, who happily have been released according to a pardon just a week ago. Yeah, that's the situation, and I would love to hear questions or comments from fellow Iranian members in this honored guest community.
Thank you, Azadeh, for sharing your valuable perspectives with us. Now, as we move forward, I invite our third speaker to offer their insights to our panel topic. Bilgais, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the organizer. And I'm very delighted to be here and have this opportunity to talk about the situation in Afghanistan. Before to talk about the actual situation in academia in Afghanistan, I'd like to just mention about the evolution of academia in Afghanistan during the recent decades. Modern education system in Afghanistan was established in the early 20th century with the creation of modern schools in 1904, and then the development of schools and also girls' schools in the 20s and 30s. The first university in Afghanistan, Kabul University, was founded in 1932 during the reign of Nader Shah. In the late 1960s and 1970s, University of Kabul University became a very important center of debate and exchange on political and social issues. Those who will become the future leaders of Afghanistan began, in fact, their political careers by engaging in the campus political activities during this time. But social and political upheavals triggered by the coup d'etat of 1978 and Soviet invasion on Afghanistan in 1979 impacted deeply the situation in Afghanistan, in academia, that lasted, unfortunately, since 2001 and just until now. After 2001 and the end of the Taliban reign, we witnessed a new era, a significant development in the domain of higher education between 2001 and 2021, before the collapse of Kabul on 15th August 2021. Just to give an example, for example, in this period, we witnessed, for example, the increase in the number of students and the institutions, private and public universities. For example, in 2021, there were more than 400,000 people who were studying in the 170 public and private universities in different disciplines. And among them, there were more than 100,000 women who were studying. We could also see the growth and development of a lot of research centers in Afghanistan in different disciplines. I wrote my thesis in Afghanistan in this period in a very beautiful space situated within the campus of Kabul University. It's named ACKU, Afghan Center at Kabul University. This center served me a lot with its rich resources and also a very big space reserved for national and international researchers. And after my PhD, I did also my first postdoc in the same documentation research center. But unfortunately, all these developments were under the threat because of the shadow of the Taliban, who was targeting the academic spaces and propagating the terror. So that was in such a context that I had to leave my country in 2019 with the support of POST program and INALCO. The collapse of Kabul on August 2021 made drastically radical changes to Afghan higher education system. First of all, universities lost a large part of their scholars and also students. The faculty members who fled the country after the collapse of Kabul, or those who was obliged to abandon the work and resign. So that was the case for all the female lecturers. And now, over these 2 years and a half, academic freedom is largely restricted and repressed in Afghanistan. Different measures and actions have been taken by authorities to control the autonomy of higher education institutions, to control and limit access to education, the access to scientific resources, and to transform, in final, the academia to a prestigious school, religious school. These policies impact deeply academic freedom in Afghanistan with the authorities and the regime that publicly declares its hostility and its mistrust on secular education. I would like just to elaborate on some of the details to give a clear example of the situation. One of the most destructive measures concern the ban on access to higher education for women, as is the case also for secondary education. This means that all the female lecturers are excluded in private and public universities, and all the female students since December 2022. Taliban politics of gender segregation that is described pertinently as a gender apartheid drastically affects academic freedom in Afghanistan. Taliban regime are also modifying the nature and the function of academia in Afghanistan by different ways. They're trying to validate the level education of the fundamentalist mullah by awarding them the fake academic degrees. So to instrumentalize academic standards to accredit their loyal mullah. For example, on March 2024, 300 mullah received the equivalent of master's degree. As a result, they will be eligible for apply to all the posts in private and public institutions. Another restriction is related to the freedom of teaching and research. Taliban regime banned the study and the research on certain topics and certain disciplines. For example, Shia jurisprudence is entirely removed from the universities. We can also see the censorship and the control of the access to scientific resources. So as in Turkey and Iran, tens of thousands of books were forcibly collected from university libraries and also from bookshops in Kabul and other cities, especially in 2023. Certain themes, topics, certain disciplines, and certain others are banned, especially on the domains of political sciences. All the publications that discuss about Islamist movement, or, for example, the publication on modern history of Afghanistan, or history of religions, or, for example, or the publication in the field of reformist approach to Islamic studies. So all the publications are already collected, and it's ongoing also in the bookstores. Another point worth mentioning is the modification the curriculum, like in Iran and in Turkey. So some changes have already been imposed in both private and public universities. For this roundtable, I was talking with some scholars, friends who are working recently in Afghanistan. They confirmed that, yeah, the Islamic subjects were increased significantly, for example, from 8 units to 24 units. The atmosphere, unfortunately, in Afghanistan in universities is marked by fear and despair. The lecturers don't feel safe and free to teach and think and express what they think it is true. Lecturers tend to censor themselves to avoid to be arrested or to losing job. Critical thinking is not at all tolerated. And the administration of public higher education institutions now fell into the hands of the Taliban leaders, those who have commended the suicidal attacks against civilians, journalists, children, women. And the current Taliban Minister of Higher Education, Din Muhammad Nadim, declares, for example, in a public meeting that mujahideen, that means those who have accompanied the Taliban during their fight against the former regime, they should receive automatically equivalent of bachelor or master degree because they must be evaluated according to the mines they planted. So we will have time to discuss more about the detail with the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, well, guys. Thank you. I would like to quickly inform our audience that Melibea will be delivering her remarks in Spanish. So for those who are not hispanohablante, it's a good moment to put on your headsets because translation services are available through your headsets and you will be able to follow seamlessly. So to give you some seconds to put on your headset, I would like to extend a warm invitation to our fourth and final speaker, Melibea, to offer their perspective on our title topic. The floor is yours. Bueno, ¿tú necesitas esto? Mira.
¿Se traduce?
Sí, se te oye.
Mis sinceras disculpas porque además de hablar en español estoy con alergia, así que siento mucho quizás pegarle algo a alguien, así que después de la conferencia igual me marche para garantizar que haya salud para todo el mundo. Bien, muchas gracias por la invitación a la Fundación Humboldt. Muchísimas gracias a mi directora de trabajo de investigación, Susan. Y como a mis compañeros me corresponde hablar de la libertad académica en contextos autoritarios, ¿no? Una perspectiva multinacional. Bien, con apenas 20 años comenzó mi carrera docente en la escuela primaria. La adolescencia precoz no me ayudó a elegir, la verdad. Anduve entre mamá quiero ser monja, mamá quiero ser comerciante o mamá quiero ser sanitaria. Quería ser sanitaria como los hombres de bata blanca que con escasez llegaban a nuestro pueblo, ¿no? Para sanar a la gente. Y bueno, como una adolescente normal, perdida entre el deseo y la realidad, terminé en el magisterio, una institución con orientación profesional que, a lo largo de cada curso escolar, asignaba la implementación de prácticas obligatorias al estudiantado en los colegios de enseñanza básica, primaria, secundaria y bachillerato. Mis compañeras, compañeros y compañeres, en su mayoría, se peleaban por conseguir plazas en los centros privados de buena reputación. Todos esos centros privados estaban y siguen estando en manos de congregaciones religiosas. Yo, por ejemplo, y un reducido número de estudiantes, preferíamos realizar las prácticas en los centros públicos, cuyas características principales siguen siendo las siguientes. La presencia de más estudiantado que asientos disponibles en las aulas, el profesorado mal pagado, la escasez perenne de material escolar para el profesorado, los castigos a menores de edad basados en rapados de cabeza para amoldar sus cuerpos a los dictados del fascismo, la imposición de uniformes a niñas, una indumentaria adaptada a los postulados del modelo de mujer virtuosa que se recoge en la Biblia, el uso del palo como instrumento por excelencia por corrección de la mala educación, etc. En fin, por si a alguien le quedaba alguna duda, soy de Guinea Ecuatorial y me han dicho que al menos debo situarlo en el mapa. Guinea Ecuatorial es un país situado en África Central, al lado de Camerún. Bueno, para la gente del mundo del fútbol lo sonará Etofis, Samuel Eto'o, por si alguien se acerca un poco al mundo de Camerún, Gabón, el Congo, Sao Tomé y Príncipe son países que rodean a Guinea Ecuatorial y Guinea fue colonia de España hasta el año 1968. Y el momento en que la colonización se tomó en serio en Guinea fue cuando la Guinea española fue Guinea franquista, cuando Franco tomó el poder en Guinea Ecuatorial. Y Franco era amigo de Mussolini amigo político de Mussolini y amigo político de Hitler. Es decir, los tres dirigentes nos dejaron a Guinea Ecuatorial en herencia el fascismo. Y mis gobernantes negros, digo negros porque no es coherente ser negro y fascista, pero evidentemente es lo que está ocurriendo, desde entonces le tomaron mucho cariño a ese modelo de organización política. Bien, el estado degradante de los centros públicos de mi país fue mi primer contacto con el mundo de la enseñanza. Llegué al magisterio amando la enseñanza, o muy perdida en la vida, no sé cómo llegué. Y es que en la adolescencia se cometen muchos errores. No obstante, al principio me gustaba mi trabajo, hasta que tropecé otra vez. Esta vez tropecé con la falta de normativa capaz de luchar contra el acoso escolar y la violencia infantil en los hogares desde la enseñanza. Bien, en el año 2004, otro tropiezo llegó a mi vida en forma de bofetada. Nunca se me olvidará la historia de un niño de 9 años que delante de mí y en la dirección de mi escuela de destino de entonces fue brutalmente golpeado. El historial escolar del menor había sido excelente hasta que en el tercer trimestre empezó a suspender todas las asignaturas. Hablé con él varias veces sin resultados positivos hasta que convoqué a su familia. Asistió su padre, literalmente para darle una paliza frente al equipo docente y a la directiva. Me sentí culpable y muy avergonzada. No había hecho un buen trabajo. Más tarde investigué y descubrí que el origen de la caída del rendimiento escolar del muchacho tenía un origen, que estaba preocupado por su hermana pequeña, receptora de violencias familiares por razones de género. Desde el año 2012 soy docente universitaria y claro, con la ayuda de la UNESCO a nivel de toma de conciencia aprendí que el personal docente de la enseñanza superior tiene derecho al mantenimiento de la libertad académica. En base a esos derechos se derivan otros derechos. Una persona académica tiene derecho a la libertad de enseñar y a debatir sin verse limitado por doctrinas instituidas. Tiene derecho a la libertad de llevar a cabo investigaciones, difundir y publicar los resultados de las mismas. Tiene derecho a la libertad de expresar libremente su opinión sobre la institución o el sistema en que trabaja. Tiene derecho a la libertad de participar en órganos profesionales u organizaciones académicas representativas. Muy bien. Este conjunto de libertades, derechos y obligaciones en los países autoritarios no están garantizados. Este conjunto de derechos, como todos los derechos, en los países autoritarios se toman como el riesgo a perder la vida. La estrategia de supervivencia es única, la conquista de la libertad de cátedra en el día a día y sin escapatoria posible. En los regímenes autoritarios y las universidades, en los regímenes autoritarios las universidades son fantasmas. Es el caso de Guinea Ecuatorial. El empobrecimiento constituye el primer método de represión que sufre la academia. El empobrecimiento está enfocado a nivel primario en los salarios, que son muy bajos e inestables, y en los contratos, que son ficticios. El segundo eslabón de empobrecimiento afecta a la falta de material didáctico para la preparación de las clases. Me refiero a un despacho propio, libros, acceso a Internet, etc. Los libros de texto y el material escolar se adquieren con fondos propios en mi universidad de procedencia, que es la UNGE, la Universidad Nacional de Guinea Ecuatorial. Bien, el empobrecimiento continúa con la censura, no de jure, sino de facto. Continúa con la escasez de revistas científicas y el estímulo para producir artículos científicos. Continúa con la falta de formación continua para el profesorado. Y continúa, valga la redundancia, con la imposición de la mediocridad, que paulatinamente se convierte en la amistad incómoda de la persona académica. La inestabilidad salarial fomenta la huida del profesorado de las aulas, que año tras año se incorpora en otras profesiones o, en su caso, le dedica muy poco tiempo a la docencia académica solo para llegar a fin de mes. Por lo tanto, la identidad académica es el único estímulo de las personas académicas en mi país, Guinea Ecuatorial. Y es más, cada día de docencia es la última jornada laboral segura. ¿Por qué? Porque un discurso no políticamente correcto, una clase que sale de las directrices autoritarias, una vida personal, entre comillas, no decente, a los ojos de la élite política es motivo de suspensión de salario, de contrato y del honor académico. Es motivo de encarcelamiento y a veces de muerte. Las consecuencias de ese entorno autoritario no solo alcanzan el espacio de la mente. Los cuerpos están igualmente controlados a partir de la teoría del poder de Michel Foucault, el francés, sobre biopolítica. Hace al menos 3 años se publicó en la universidad un reglamento para la vestimenta de cualquier persona que pretendiera acceder al campus. 8 de las 12 imágenes prohibitivas, tiene como fin el control del cuerpo femenino. ¿Por qué? Porque el cuerpo, la indumentaria, son el reflejo de la mente y las mentes deben ser controladas para el mantenimiento del status quo. Voy terminando. En mi país, la enseñanza está al servicio del régimen autoritario y no de la sociedad. En ese entorno tan hostil, el profesorado se resiste a rendirse. Con los salarios pobres, invierte en material escolar para poder seguir formando al estudiantado. Con los salarios muy bajos, el profesorado compagina el multiempleo con la enseñanza. El profesorado se expone a la represión y convence al estudiantado sobre la necesidad de formarse en un país que proyecta la mediocridad como un bien supremo y de movilidad social. Muchas gracias porque se nos acaban los minutos.
Muchas gracias, Melimea. Thank you so much. To open the discussion, I would like to ask the panel what avenues do exist for scholars, in your point of view, to resist or even to counteract these encroachments of academic freedom? Yeah, Birgis.
Unfortunately, in Afghanistan now, resisting for the scholars who are living there, resisting against the restriction imposed by regime can put them seriously in danger. We can see lots of, for example, scholars, teachers who found themselves in prisons or in detention. But one of the resistance that we can see, even it is invisible, is the resistance against the ban on access to education for women, because that's the point that is weighs most on population. The Afghan women students who are now have been deprived totally from attending universities or also for secondary education, they haven't given up. Resistance exists, persists, but in the way of very discreet and invisible, with different forms. For example, we can see among students, especially, they continue to educate themselves by different ways. For example, online courses, online training, learn to different foreign languages, especially English. But recently, there is we can see a trend a tendency to learn German, especially in Kabul. But all these courses are held in clandestinity. That means that should be organized by some private schools or sometimes by Diaspora. The teachers, for example, who are living in Germany or elsewhere, they contribute also for to organize some courses, some training. But also we can see a lot of local initiative regarding the education for women and girls, especially for the girls who can't go to school, who can't follow the school, and also for the students. But unfortunately, the atmosphere is simultaneously despair, but also hope. The women continue to educate, to learn, because they hope to leave the country and continue their education. So they seek admissions, they apply for scholarship. The students who have been to the students, especially the students. And we can see this hope and motivation and determination, the courage among the Afghan women. But unfortunately, if we compare the gravity of the situation and the need and the demands, opportunities for example, research or for studies, for example, fellowships or scholarship for students, unfortunately, they are not sufficient. So, in one side, we can see a lot of demands, a lot of need, but in another side, we can see a lot of response and opportunities.
How do authoritarian regimes justify their actions, in your experience, within the academic sphere?
We are witnessing around the world populism is rising, and the populist leaders everywhere use same tactics and same methods. They divided the society as a people, the people and the other, and they demonize, they dehumanize the opposition, and they use hate speech, and they announced themselves as a champion of nation, only defending their interest, only spokesman of people, and the populist leader tendencies to corrupt and authoritarian, and they target first they target the academics and journalists, because they don't like to be criticized and exposed to truth to them, and they are anti-elite, and they use this. They divided the society, the people who defend the country's interest, and the enemy of state. The enemy of state, usually journalists, academics, and the people who think and criticize everything, but sometimes, in any country, I experienced in my country, in Turkey, personally, how the media and academia have gradually silenced. The government could do this so successfully because people didn't raise their voices or protest, because the populist leaders divided small groups, the society small groups, and first they target one of them, and when they eliminate the part of opposition, and then they go another part of society. But if we don't protest, and if we don't against populist authoritarian leaders, because they don't touch us, or they prison, they silence a part of society which or who we don't like. people stayed silent because the attacks were not directed at the group they belong to. Even the academics were silent when their co-workers in Turkey, I witnessed, their co-workers were being dismissed or arrested simply because they didn't share the same ideology or they came from different part of society. As a result, the country had gone from a thriving democracy to an authoritarian regime.
Yeah. Thank you. Following up on that, and as you all worked on intersectional questions, I would be interested how these oppressive actions target certain groups of society especially. I'm speaking about women, for instance, or queer, transgender people. Maybe you would like to answer to that, all three of you. Would you like to start, Maribela? ¿Quieres empezar?
Sí. Hola. Vale. Sí, en mi intervención hablé de una normativa que está vigente en la Universidad Nacional de Guinea Ecuatorial y que fomenta ciertos valores que tienen que ver con nuestro pasado y nuestro presente. En la época colonial, la segregación racial, de alguna manera, promovió la idea de que las mujeres de piel blanca eran superiores a las mujeres negras. Esa teoría era la manera que tenían los hombres blancos colonos para reservar las mujeres blancas para ellos, y aunque las normas de la colonia prohibían las relaciones entre hombres negros, mujeres negras, mujeres negras y hombres blancos, sí que es verdad que los hombres blancos sí podían establecer relaciones normalmente de corto plazo con las mujeres negras. Esa mentalidad, esa ideología, esa forma de entender el mundo, que el cuerpo de la mujer negra es un cuerpo feo, en comparación con el cuerpo de la mujer blanca, todavía se mantiene hasta hoy. De tal forma que muchas mujeres negras, hasta que no surgió el movimiento de liberación de las personas negras en los Estados Unidos, en algunos países de la Unión Europea, de Europa, perdón, en algunos países de África, muchas mujeres negras se avergonzaban de su cuerpo. De tal forma que en los años 90, en los años 80, en los años 70, pues ese movimiento de mujeres mostrando su cuerpo, en parte también promovido por Madonna, que andaba con ropa corta, eso de alguna manera provocó un impacto en mujeres negras que empezaban a mostrar sus cuerpos. Si a ese marco ideológico se le añade el nacionalcatolicismo de mujer recatada, que también está vigente todavía en Guinea Ecuatorial, pues estamos viendo diferentes capas de dominación del cuerpo, de sometimiento de la mujer a través del control del cuerpo. Ahora, la universidad es un espacio de libertad, de manifestación de la libertad, y el cuerpo muchas veces para los grupos oprimidos, como por ejemplo para las mujeres, es una forma de expresar la libertad. Ahora, antes de que llegara el régimen colonial a Guinea Ecuatorial, las imágenes de autores como Günther Tesman y otros que sí pudieron fotografiar algunos territorios de Guinea Ecuatorial en aquel periodo, no muestran esa forma de represión del cuerpo en el que tenían que ir las mujeres negras supercubiertas y protegidas, sin escotes, sin dejarse ver los muslos, solamente el rostro o los brazos o alguna parte de los pies. No hemos podido preparar la imagen porque tenemos muy poco tiempo y todo eso, pero la imagen está, ¿no? Entonces, ¿qué pasa? Pues en la universidad muchas mujeres, esa norma que prohíbe que la mujer ponga a exponer su cuerpo, que algunas partes de ella puedan verse, esa norma está vigente, pero las mujeres, tanto estudiantes universitarias como las profesoras, ¿qué hacen? Muchas lo que hacen es llevar la ropa totalmente contraria a la indicada, como una forma de dejar la ley, convertir la ley en un instrumento no aplicable. Se dan muchos casos en los que una persona se va a la puerta de acceso a la universidad y encuentra a muchas niñas que no pueden entrar, pero claro, si un profesor quiere hacer un examen y tiene en su aula a 20 o 25 estudiantes y faltan 9 o 10, no va a hacer el examen. Y muchos profesores varones lo que hacen es irse a la puerta y hablar con los porteros para que dejen entrar a las alumnas porque tienen que hacer el examen. Es decir, que esa resistencia está allí y es constante porque nuestros cuerpos, los cuerpos de las mujeres, son espacios de reivindicación, son esos espacios en los que se ejerce el poder. Y yo creo que es verdad que en la universidad las personas académicas resistimos, ¿no?, a las violencias y todo lo demás, pero cuando una ley ya no solamente afecta a las alumnas, sino también a las estudiantes o a cualquier mujer que entra, y es una ley represiva y es una ley antifeminista. De tal forma que esa resistencia es la que yo podría resaltar como una forma de preservar la libertad académica en un entorno que oficialmente debe ser libre.
Asade.
So I think, unfortunately, we share a lot in common. I think due to women life freedom movement or uprising, many got to know the restricted laws imposed on female body in Iran and also the queer body in particular. So what we have in the university is actually the extension of what we see in the society. Although there is a wish in totalitarian states to make segregations between these communities, as you mentioned, for example, in Turkey, to say that academy is actually divided, they are someone else, they are the others. But fortunately in Iran, we don't have such a feeling or belief among people. So academy is actually an extension of what is happening in society, and this is actually what is happening to female body as well in the academia. We also have closed campuses, and in our campuses there is a door, there is a gate to enter. And this is actually a gate that you get validated, certified. If you can pass this gate according to your dress code, you are then able to enter the campus. And there is no solution to that, like as the resistance that you mentioned, that the boys can come and ask or things like that. No, the doors are actually closed. You should pass a special kiosk or something like that to be able to enter the university. And for females in particular, the female body is being checked there if it is actually respecting the dress code that the system wants to impose on this body. It's also interesting that we have, according to the statistics, we have more female students than male students. And although this is the truth, we don't have more female staff or faculty members than male faculty members. So there is a kind of an imbalance between the group of the people who are actually in charge of making decisions and people who are bearing these decisions. That's a big problem in my country. And if it comes to female staff or academy members, there is always this kind of checking and surveillance on our private lives as well. So it's not about how do you look when you enter the university, it's also about how are you, how decent in their in their term you are in your private life. And also I think there is a big thing that the resistance is actually among the female students very clearly, very prominent. They don't wear scarves as much as they can. There are cameras and CCTV all over the university, so they are actually being monitored and they are being recorded. And this is like you endanger your future for any career, for any official career. So if you choose that, this is also something that they ask us as professors to talk about in our courses, to mention that, you know, with what you do, you are in danger. They also ask us to actually regulate the body of people who attend the university. This is part of our task, our assignment, what they ask us to do, and many refuse, and this is actually making problems for them. One other thing is about queer rights. Usually in the field that I was teaching in, and still am giving lectures and being active in particularly in art, we have this process of administration, this process of acceptance, which is related to interviews. And during the interviews, we are asked actually to put out the queer, the ones who we detect them to be queer. So it is not possible in my country to be a member of the queer society. This is a crime. And so we don't officially know if anyone is actually a member of this community, but we are asked to deprive them from the right of entering the university through these interviews, which is kind of always asking the academy members to become a tool for suppression. And that's also a method in my country.
Super, thank you. But guys, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, unfortunately, we have a lot of shared experience, common experience in Afghanistan. I think in all the theocratic regime and the authoritarian, controlling, one of the first objectives is to control the body of women, because that's a space that they can show visibly if they succeed, for example, to control the population. In Afghanistan, when the Taliban arrived in power, so for the first year, private universities were working also for female students and lecturers, but there were also a lot of challenges. For example, they started by segregation. In each classrooms, institution had to implement a curtain to separate physically women and men. And Taliban representative, they had some intervention to control, and if institution they didn't respect, so they can, that could create a challenge. But after 1 year, they closed totally, and after they started different politics. At first, they said that women they have to just wear chador or burqa, but resistance, the women, especially young women, they resisted in a lot of region, especially in large cities, in Kabul, for example, in Mazar, Bamiyan. There are a lot of resistance among women, and now also they resist to put burqa and to cover totally the face. They prefer to put just a mask, and because of that, in January 2024, they started to arrest in the streets, like in Iran, in the streets, the women who were not being dressed correctly or according to the norms. But sometimes, for example, the pretext that was women were dressing, for example, will have some shoes, colorful shoes, or just jeans, that dress code that were not correctly according to their interpretation of Afghan culture. So I think, unfortunately, they have the same strategy, but that would be different in countries according to the context, and also the resistance of the population and the women.
Super. I would like to conclude the panel with inviting the panelists, you know, in 1 or 2 sentences, now that you're here in front of so many politicians, stakeholders, diplomats, representations from foundations, in 1 or 2 sentences, what can be done? What would you need in order to have more support, in order to help your colleagues that are still in the countries that you came from? Would you like to start with that? With the microphone? The microphone.
As you know, the freedom is a vital element. As you know, the freedom is a vital element to society, and as air and water, the freedom of expression is a very significant part of the freedom, and academic freedom is the very important part of freedom of expression. Freedom is academia is all about thinking freely, conducting our work freely, and expressing our findings freely without institutional, political, or religious control. As long as it doesn't promote violence or hate speech, freedom of expression of every individual must be defended, even if they are the most disliked individuals or groups. We should let the society decide what is right or what is wrong by expressing and discussing this freely, and we defend the freedom for everybody, for every groups, for every part of society. Thank you.
Super. Thank you. Azadeh?
Yeah, shortly, because we don't have a lot of time. I think, first of all, rightly it was mentioned that academics in exile are treasures, and I think they should have not be only consulted, they should have been brought into the level of decision making. I think this is very important. And the other thing is, I think all universities and higher education institutions have the power to ask for responsibility through mutual contracts and projects they have with all these countries that are actually present right now on the panel, and many other countries. So there is a hope that we can actually promote academic freedom through international relations.
Super.
Yeah. For finish, I'd like to mention and to evoke the actual situation in Afghanistan for female students and female lecturers. I think we have responsibility to think to all these people who have been deprived of education and of teaching and of research. And I think such initiative like, for example, PAUSE and Inspireurope, there are extraordinary opportunities and others who can help Afghan scholars to survive and to continue, because when Afghanistan will be free, Afghanistan will need all the female and male scholars and students.
Ok, las mujeres feministas que trabajamos en países africanos hemos notado cambios en las políticas de cooperación y en las políticas públicas de la Unión Europea en cuanto a la cooperación, cambios cuando las mujeres han ido ocupando espacios de responsabilidad dentro del espacio público europeo. De tal forma que las políticas públicas de la cooperación en los países de destino han cambiado muchas cosas y muchos temas que no estaban en la agenda han cambiado. Ahora la propuesta es, así como las mujeres se benefician y otros grupos sociales excluidos se benefician de las políticas de la cooperación, también podrían priorizar en la agenda de desarrollo, en la agenda diplomática, la presencia de personas académicas, porque están muy aisladas. Yo creo que sería un avance.
Okay, before we say goodbye, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all of our esteemed panelists for their enlightening contributions and for their courage and their resistance. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can only join Professor Zepzirna in my thanks to this panel for this very, very frank, for those frank reports and this excellent session chair as well. Thank you very much. You might have noticed we're a minor bit behind schedule. So I'd invite you, I think we'll need some time to reflect, maybe to continue discussions. So we'll have about 20 minutes for a coffee break. We'll reconvene at 1:15 to see the next session chaired by Michael Gerbe. See you at 1:15. Thank you.
relativ einfach.
Is that my drink or your drink? That's this.
If you could please take your seats so that we can start. Thank you. So good afternoon, colleagues. I'm sorry, I know this was a short coffee break and now a long session ahead. We heard in the last round how about the situation of researchers at risk, and now we will talk a bit about how institutions receive and integrate researchers at risk. And as you saw, we have put that under the title Displacement and Diversity. Many institutions cherish diversity as a value and also undertake manifold actions to strengthen it, to become more diverse, to enable inclusion and equity, and to promote citizenship. They also establish dedicated strategies and policies. But how useful is all this for the institutions in its response to the concrete challenges and problems of researchers at risk? Is there, despite all good intentions, actually a risk of just glossing over major differences and specific needs? As diversity is seen as an important driver for innovation and excellence in research and education, is there also a risk then to embark on rather utilitarian agendas? So these are, and last but not least, also how is diversity actually perceived by researchers at risk themselves? So these are the issues which we will try to explore in this session here. And I'm joined here by a diverse and also very knowledgeable panel of colleagues who bring together professional and personal experience on the matter, and also from academic study and practice. And I will briefly introduce them from what is my right and your left. Enshi Erfani was an assistant professor of physics in Iran and is currently a PSI fellow at Mainz University and also an advocate for academic freedom and human rights. Nick Gill is a political geographer and director of research in human geography at the University of Exeter, with interests in forced displacement and mobility. And he's also engaged in the university's sanctuary network and is a member of the UK Higher Education Humanitarian Working Group. Gemma Irwin is the Vice President for Equality and Diversity at Maynooth University in Ireland. Before she was the head of policy and strategic planning in the Higher Education Authority, which is the ministry basically for higher education. Her responsibilities comprise research, international education, enhancing teaching and learning, as well as, of course, equality, diversity, and inclusion. And she is also engaged in the university's sanctuary and with scholars at risk. And Andrea Lecho is a professor of political science at Osnabrück University, and since October 2022, also the vice president for international affairs, diversity, and academic staff development. And she contributes also in various other functions to the work of Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. As previously said, you find the detailed bios on the app. I'm Michael Gebel, the director of the Higher Education Policy Unit at the European University Association, and my unit is also strongly involved in supporting researchers at risk, among others in collaboration with Alexander von Humboldt, ZAR, and other associations through the MSCA for Ukraine. So if I can turn first to Anzir. Diversity and displacement, and what does that mean for the situation of researchers? Can we get your view on that?
First of all, I would like to thank von Humboldt Foundation and the Philipp Schwartz Initiative to giving me this chance, especially as the PSI fellow. That will save my life, because when I see the title, Rethinking Diversity of Displacement, the last word comes to my mind first, because you become displaced without having a plan for that, especially maybe in the case of the war, whatever like that. You know that the war will lead to displacement, at least for some people. But when you do some political act as a scholar that you never trained for that, you just try to support your people or supporting academic freedom or whatever you call it as human rights, if we can define academic freedom supporters as a human rights defenders, which is not well defined actually, and this is one of the problems of the at-risk scholars. The meaning of the displacement is really huge, especially when you are talking about being exiled, because you don't really know when you will be able to come back home. So when you're talking about diversity, it looks a bit odd that what could be saving a life of a scholar to help to the diversity, especially that when you want to have a diversity, you should also make the awareness, because you want to say that, okay, there are some special people with different backgrounds, let's say in the case of the gender, race, or color, or whatever you call it, or even religion, and now you are trying to focus on the case of the at-risk scholars. So if that diversity helps to make the awareness, it makes sense. For example, if you are hosting with one institute, if they give you a value to talk about your experience, to telling that, okay, what does that mean being exiled? What does that mean being a violation of academic freedom, especially in the countries that we expect that there is a democracy, and of course, when there is a democracy, there is also academic freedom, and there is also the freedom for expression. So, and the other point is that how much that diversity helps for that at-risk scholar. Is that person also satisfied to be considered as a diverse background, or he or she wants to be really integrated in the society without doing that? And some of these at-risk scholars, when they find a host institute, they really want to focus on their research. They don't want to do that much acts because they passed a really hard situation in their life. So if you are expecting them, okay, you should also advocate again and again for academic freedom, for human rights, or whatever, maybe they don't even like that. They just want to integrate in their own research because they know that the position that they got is just for a few years, and after that they should move to another place. And it's really difficult for them, you know, having both of these things in parallel, especially that they are jumping from really unstable situation to a really another unstable situation as well. So it's really important to say that, okay, how much valuable is having a diversity and excellency in the case of the at-risk scholars. Thank you.
We're getting to excellency in a minute, but maybe I continue with Gemma now. You have diversity in your job title, and how does that look from the position of Maynooth? Is that a good framework for you to accommodate all these issues that your university is confronted with, including the specific needs of researchers at risk?
It's a really good question, because if I'm honest, I got the portfolio of the Excellence in Exile because I've got students and staff in my portfolio. A lot of the other vice presidents would be only staff or only students, and I actually span both. But in reflection, when you look at it, I've got the Access Office and Widening Participation, and I've got what we call EDI, Equality, Diversity and Inclusion, which is staff. We just talk about people, to your point. And it's more about developing a tailored support package for that person in front of you. And because we had that experience, we were probably the natural home for incoming researchers who needed to integrate into a new country. But I think it's also important to remember that individually we're all unique, but collectively we are diverse. So a university is a scholarly community where we're deliberately coming together with our different backgrounds, our perspectives, to study and to research, and the aim is to imagine and create better futures for all. And so we're doing that with dignity and respect for everybody, to create a safe space to have that civil scholarly discourse on divisive issues. So bringing in a researcher at risk is just a natural extension of what we do in a university anyway. So I think the point about should it be part of your strategy for diversity? No, because your entire population of university is your diversity. This is just another person in front of you that you need to support. But I do think it's important to recognize that there is trauma there. So your response needs to be trauma-informed, and perhaps that's not the case when you're dealing with other international researchers as they come in. This accent is actually a New Zealand accent. So I've come the whole way around the world to work in Ireland and have experience of trying to integrate into a brand new culture and system and navigate that, and it's difficult. And I speak English, and I knew people. So being able to support others coming into that system with that trauma-informed perspective means that, yes, having a diversity portfolio, we have all the expertise we need to meet the person in front of us. But I wouldn't see it as a requirement. And in particular, just to say, I would work across the entire university: governance, finance, HR, research, teaching and learning, estates and accommodation. Every single one of those units is involved in our support of our researchers at risk. So anybody could lead on this portfolio. It could be based in any of those units, because when you're actually in action, you're having to deal with the entire university anyway. The most important thing is that you have a person who has this as a responsibility. So they're waking up in the morning worrying about how we're going to do a really good job of this. So the focus then is to create and imagine better futures for all, with a focus on excellence, opportunity, and impact. And I think...
Yeah, thanks. So I think that's an important clarification. Diversity is not just for a few who might feel different or look different, but it's for the entire university community. And I see Andrea nodding, so why don't you come in here?
I'm nodding, whereas I think in organizational terms, the reality sometimes looks a little different. Because if we kind of look at where diversity, the portfolio is actually located or situated in a university, now I'm speaking for a German university, and that might be different in other places, but typically it's considered an extension of gender equality. So typically it would be sort of the unit responsible for gender equality that becomes sort of on top. So now you're dealing with these other diverse things. And that, of course, comes with a certain perspective. The gender equality units typically come from an anti-discrimination perspective. They obviously sort of have the aim to overcome discrimination issues and to provide an inclusive environment to work towards that, but that's different from what sort of the primary issue seems to be with the displaced scholars coming from Iran or from other places, even though they might face discrimination once they get here, but they in a way sort of come not as sort of structurally discriminated persons. So in a way, sort of the gender equality units, they have to learn a different perspectives, and that might sort of cross over to what we might discuss in a minute, namely sort of what makes these scholars excellent, what makes them productive in a scientific way. That's not sort of the standard perspective, which is why in many places, and so also in Osnabrück, the international office or people having to do with internationalization usually become more dominant in dealing with displaced people. And here again, sort of they have to learn different perspectives, because as in Mammoth University, typically they come from student exchange. And they might come from very different places, but it's quite a different sort of clientele, if you want, dealing with scholars, sometimes senior scholars, very experienced people, and then on top, coming from sort of a very special, very sort of trauma-related background. Oftentimes international offices or other international units at a university kind of have to learn that perspective. Different people with different backgrounds, different motives of coming to the universities they are heading at in Germany or in Ireland or in UK or wherever. So in a way, sort of what we're dealing with is quite some organizational development at our universities in order to react adequately to the new scholars at risk that are coming to us. Those of us who are sitting here are coming from universities that have, in a way, kind of reacted to that. Looking at the numbers, I think that's quite remarkable that sort of we do have sort of at university leadership, but then also in the organizational units, that we do have these designated people looking at it. Because you might think, well, this is just a handful of people, but it's
how does that work? Are they
it.
appointed? Do they volunteer?
That leads me maybe to a second point. In the end, yes, they are appointed. But who do you appoint, right? I think what we haven't spoken about yet is that there's also a reason why our universities are attractive places for scholars at risk, and that has to do with individual scholars that actually kind of have these networks that are available for hosting scholars at risk, right? It's not just a university as an institution, it's individual scholars that in a way say, well, yes, I am willing to engage in these kind of issues. I know that this is potentially a task that is different from just supervising an ordinary PhD. Because again, sort of the trauma, I mean, who is trained in that? Many sort of ordinary professors are not, right? So therefore you are facing, or you are, the whole background comes very much sort of bottom up, and then if things work well, then the organization reacts. And find somebody sort of in the area of staff who, in a way, sort of is equally able to engage in these kind of issues. And I'm lucky at my institution that there are these people, yes, but it's not self-evident.
Okay, so it needs very individualized support then as well. Nick, your university has also a sanctuary, and you have lots of experience with welcoming and integrating researchers at risk. How do you see the issue?
Thank you, yeah. So I'll start maybe by saying a word or two about Universities of Sanctuary, which was launched in 2016 with the aim of making university campuses more welcoming and accessible places to people who have been forced to migrate. And we operate by a variety of principles. Everything we do should be led by experts by experience. And this welcome that I talk about should be throughout the whole institution, throughout the whole of the university, not just amongst academic staff, for example, but also various different other units, libraries, unions, sports facilities. There's loads of things that universities can do to be welcoming. And I think that's part of our ethos as well, is seeing universities as a holistic, as a collective, and that every part of the university can play a part in welcoming scholars who are at risk. We have a model which is based on accrediting universities that show a commitment to doing this. So they must show that they're willing to learn about the challenges that scholars at risk and sanctuary scholars face, that they're willing to embed what they've learned throughout their organisation, as I've mentioned, and that they're also willing to share. So this is an important part of our work, is that we network amongst universities. Universities are not well equipped to do this on their own. They need to share their expertise, and this kind of runs against the kind of neoliberal isolation of universities very often. They need to get over that and start sharing how to do this well amongst each other, and networks like the one that's involved today is a fantastic example of that. But through this work, there are now 33 universities of sanctuary that have been accredited, and they will be re-accredited in 3 years' time, so they have to make a commitment for how they're going to improve, and then they get re-accredited, hopefully, in 3 years' time. But through this work, there's been various challenges that have presented themselves to me that I wanted to share with you. The first one is the fickleness of the university sector and universities and individual universities. So when this stuff is in the news, when it's making headlines, universities seem to run towards it with a lot more resource, and it can just be a real risk that universities then drop away from this agenda when it's not in the news. So that's the first. And related to that fickleness is, what are other universities doing? If other universities are doing it, then we'll do it. But it often takes that one university to really run with it and be the initiator. So where's that courage, where's that leadership coming from amongst our universities? Secondly is fear. Fear of exposure to negative media coverage, for whatever reason, can inhibit the initiatives towards welcome. And also fear of governments. So the UK universities are worried that they might not be allowed to have licenses for international students if they contravene the rules around that. So there's a little bit of conservatism that comes into play there. And then the third fear, which relates to some of this stuff about EDI that we're going to talk about for the rest of the panel, equality, diversity and inclusion, is that there's some empty talk. So it can be that universities have these great sounding principles, inclusion, community, social justice, but the tangible actions sometimes lag a significant way behind what they say in their principles. And so there's a job of work to do to drive through the principles, which a lot of universities have, into the everyday organisation and everyday practices of the universities that we're talking about. One final point is just about diversity. And I think what I would say is that when we have universities that have EDI units and people with responsibilities, and it's in their portfolios to pursue diversity, then it becomes necessary for universities to measure diversity. And that's really challenging. It's challenging for a variety of reasons, not least because there's a lot of stigma around certain types of identity labels that people don't want to reveal or may not want to reveal to universities, and this relates to some of the points that have been made earlier on the panel. When we need to think about diversity holistically, so it's not just gender, but it also could be about religion, disability, sexual orientation, and then it's about how the university is then facing this challenge of measuring it, because a lot of people won't want to reveal that.
Okay, I might come back to stigma and probably, but maybe you could say something more about how you actually, you said it's important that the entire university works on this, and you say it's difficult to do that, obviously, but have you some recommendations how that could be inspired, how it could be done? And what I forgot to say, we will have some time for questions afterwards. So if you have questions, note it down. And by the way, EDI means equality, diversity, and inclusion.
Would you like me to continue? Yeah, of course. So one of the things about working with universities of sanctuary is that you get to see lots of different universities and their attempts to do this. And I think what works well is when there are constituted working groups in the institution that are very broad in their makeup as they're pursuing this agenda. So as I said before, it's not just academic staff, but there's typically legal, welfare, including mental health, and careers departments that are represented at these working groups within the institutions, and they meet regularly. So I'd say every month or every 2 months to discuss pursuing this agenda and safeguarding this agenda within the university. So that's one thing, is the working groups. The 3-year plan, so having clear goals and then being accountable to those, either higher within the university or, in our model, to the Universities of Sanctuary Network itself. I think that's really useful. Having experts by experience within those, and that's been mentioned already, within those working groups to because there's absolutely no substitute for having experienced some of the challenges of getting into a university than have, in terms of the expertise and in terms of that that knowledge. Okay. And then finally, may I just say, getting the students involved at the universities. So a lot of this momentum is driven by students who are passionately supportive. And tapping into that, getting the students to say to the vice-chancellors, actually, we expect you to be pursuing this agenda, making it meaningful, making your buzzwords meaningful. We expect you to do that. We've had examples of students leading petitions and then presenting that to the vice-chancellors, and then the vice-chancellors and other senior leaders of the university responding. The students are a fantastic ally in this struggle to get this agenda more prominent.
Does anybody, any of the other panelists wants to respond to that or react to that? No, good. Then I just carry on. We addressed already a couple of times excellence, and I mean, that's probably one of the problematic issues. You mentioned it already. I mean, scholars at risk, they are often taken in, not because they're not excellent, but this is not the criteria under which they have been selected. And Nick has just pointed to stigma, and we all know about the dilemma there. Are you only selected because you were at risk, or because of some other reasons? So how do we do? And how do we deal with that within the institution? How do we achieve parity of esteem for scholars at risk? Yes, please.
I was in my first statement, I was in a way kind of hinting at different narratives, right? And sort of the narrative that I initially used when dealing with scholars at risk was sort of a humanitarian narrative, and not really sort of actively or sufficiently reflecting on the excellence. And I think with the diversity, diversity being increasingly framed as sort of a supporting condition for academic excellence, we are sort of getting to this other perspective, recognizing these scholars as excellent scholars. However, we also run a danger, the danger that we are kind of looking at people that come from a particular humanitarian background and judging them only on the basis of excellence in a very sort of instrumental way. We want them for our science, for winning the next grant. And I think that puts institutions at a real dilemma, because on the one hand, yes, we do want the scholars at risk as scholars, because we do want them to acknowledge as excellent, excellently performing scholars. At the same time, I think if we kind of overdo it, then we kind of lose the humanitarian dimension to bringing scholars at risk into our countries, giving them an opportunity to pursue their research, which may be only in sort of brackets, only on the way towards excellent. And I think that is also a challenge for funding institutions. I mean, how do you judge where on the way towards excellence these scholars are? And I think this is really very, very tricky. Now, as universities, I think per se we are very much sort of equipped to deal with diversity. science in a way kind of lives from innovation and is used to relatively diverse groups, maybe more than other institutions or teams, and yet also universities in a way kind of have to deal with how to or have to learn how to deal with diversity, especially sort of team leaders having a yet more diverse team in order to bring this team towards excellence again. I think probably as an institution we also kind of have to focus increasingly on those who are hosting. Those who are hosting, sort of on an academic level, and see whether they need support in order to create a supporting environment for the scholars at risk.
So supporting the departments in your institution who host the scholars, advise them.
My feeling is that this would be for us at least sort of the next step in kind of creating an environment that is both hospitable towards diversity or for diversity and sort of brings that into a sort of productive or excellent direction.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. Angie, please, yeah.
From my point of view, the term of the excellence arises when you fill the application form when you want to apply as an at-risk scholar, because the application forms tells you that what is the measurement of the excellence in that application. And in all of them is the number of the publications and the proposal that you should gonna submit. So this proposal shows that who is gonna be your host institute. So you should find a group which can have a really great overlap with your research, which is not a really easy case, especially that if you don't do your studies abroad, so your network is not that huge. So it's really difficult to see that who is going to be your host place. So these two categories are really important. That makes really difficult for you that you are in a really critical situation. But you should also find a really host institute that have really good overlap with you. And also you should write a proposal saying that, okay, I'm going to collaborate with that person or those faculty members, which is a really big challenge. So the main issue comes from the application form. We just value the number of the publications and the research that person do. And maybe that time nobody is really interested in that topic, who knows. And of course you don't value, especially that because all the scholars, organization that supports at-risk scholars, they are looking for the ones that they have a PhD or they were the faculty members. So these people have the experience of teaching, science communication, or they had impact on their societies, that these things are really completely missed in the application forms because they don't expect you to teach, they don't expect you to do science communication, maybe because of the language barrier or whatever, and they don't even expect you about your knowledge of the administration because some people that they come to this situation, they were really in the high-ranked positions, but at the moment they lost all of them and the people expect them to just do the research. And the other point is that when you are, for example, I was an assistant professor in Iran, I had my students, PhD and master students, that they do part of my job as a research. But when I got the position, of course, I don't have these students because I'm not allowed to have students. So this means that all the research should be just on my own shoulders. So of course, that's going to be also problematic in future if I want to apply for another position because there is a really huge difference that what I was before and what I'm going to be. So it's like the starting, not let's say from zero, but not starting exactly from the level you are. So the main of the problem of the excellency comes from the application form. That we just value that person, whoever he is, doesn't matter how much you are at risk, how much impact you are going to have just in the research, and how much publication you are going to have in future, just in 2 years period, that is your application form. And after that, who really cares what's going to happen, to be honest. And we also mentioned about the issue of the diversity, and I cannot guarantee that the diversity will lead to inclusivity. Because this topic is really close to my heart because I'm coming from Iran and I really try to open this dialogue at least in my institute, talking that we need inclusivity, we need diversity, which was not really welcome there. But the point is that whenever also had an experience to come, I did my PhD in Germany, I was a student, but those days this was not a really common issue. But when I integrated bit more in last 2 years in the Society of the Europe in the universities, I just realized that we are just talking about these issues. So in general, diversity never leads to inclusivity. And of course, it never leads to equity, because when we put labels on the people, how much publication you have, how much excellency you have, this means that we don't feel about equity, because when we feel about equity, we should not value these things. So these are the points that I think we should value. The impact of people doesn't matter how excellent they are. We should see that how impactful these people will be for the society that they really want to make as a home for themselves.
What you just said is, of course, not only an issue for researchers at risk. I mean, that is at the core of the discussions that we have about metrics for assessing academic careers and the discussions that we have about that, yeah. Nick, you want to pick it up from there?
Yeah, and I think essentially I'd just like to agree with Exiled, because you've made some really good points there. I think a lack of diversity can make people feel excluded, though, occasionally. If everybody's speaking the same language except you, if everyone's got the same kind of family situation, everybody's young and doesn't have children, for example, except you, that can kind of feed a sense in which you might be the odd one out. So I think that's probably worth bearing in mind. But on the point about the applications, I think that's absolutely critical. And there's this development recently about narrative CVs. I don't know if anyone's heard of narrative CVs. It's this move towards qualitatively describing your work and the impact of your work rather than listing it in a quantitative way. And I think it's been taken up by some of the funding councils in the UK as the standard practice. It's something to look into if your funding bodies haven't looked into that so far. It's not perfect by any means, but it's an attempt to address some of this quantitative biasing, which you were talking about, and the way in which that approach to understanding careers is very linear, and it makes an awful lot of assumptions about how stable one's life has been over a number of years, to enable you to produce outputs year on year on year. So that narrative CV approach might be worth looking into for people if you've not come across that.
Gemma, diversity and excellence, or excellence?
I would absolutely say and excellence. Diversity is excellence, in fact. But I think it also depends on how you define excellence, because really what we're talking about is a quality standard. And as was said, are these people being expected to teach? We have a duty of care to our students then. We have a University of Sanctuary program. They're coming through with degrees. So the reputation of the university is involved in that. So I think it's more about ensuring quality when the people are with you. So as a university in Maynooth, we've got a hinterland that has a lot of people coming to live with different backgrounds, socioeconomic difficulties, cultural and capital gaps. But we've proven that anybody can come into our university and be successful when they're given the right supports. And I think that's important. So that's from a quality standard point of view. As a university, we absolutely uphold that. But from an excellence point of view, it's more about the impact that that person is going to have coming in. And the matchmaking process that SAR facilitates is critical for that, because in Maynooth, what we do for our fellowship program for SAR scholars coming in is it's the principal investigator who holds that fellowship. So they get the credit on their CV for having this fellowship, but they've also supporting and being the academic mentor for our fellow. But it gives a little bit more space and freedom for the fellow then to not have to worry about those research metrics in the same way. Their focus is about themselves and their impact, and that could be their impact on their home country and maintaining a higher education and research system. Part of their conference and travel may be directly for their research, or it could be for that aim of having impact on their home country. And I think both are equally valid in a Scholars at Risk researchers at risk situation, that person's impact is far beyond what we would normally classify with metrics for excellence. And I think the other impact that needs to be thought about is the impact on the host institution and community. We have had a fellow from Afghanistan, we've had Ukrainian, we've got a diverse array of different nationalities in Ireland, but the same thing happens. The community is changed by supporting those people as they come in, profoundly changed, life-changing, because somebody said earlier, if you want to understand academic freedom, talk to somebody who's lost it. And I think that's really important, so I'll finish on that.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yep, yes, please.
I just want also to emphasize something. When we are talking about new way of evaluating at-risk scholars, we are talking about the standards that they are implemented in West. So, for example, narrative CV, if you talk about such kind of the things in, let's say even in Iran, it's not really well-defined issue because, you know, we didn't train that these such kind of the topics exist. So imagine that you are asking a person who is in really in dangerous situation, and now he or she should learn how to write a narrative CV, which I know that also it's also a challenge for the people in West too, that they want to apply because it's something really new topic. So I think that when we are facing with at-risk scholars from different countries, especially coming from the South and from developing countries, we should also take into account the standards that they are not fitting with them. So that's why we are expecting them something which is not going to be in the category of the excellency probably also in future for them. So we should evaluate them in a different manner. For example, some of these at-risk scholars, even their PhD degrees are not really evaluated in a way that they will be able to apply, you know. And I think that's also an impact because if you have your degree in a university, which is not in the list of the country that you are applying, which is a developed society, of course you will not be able to get a position. It doesn't matter how excellent you were, how impactful you were in society, or how your life is in danger, because this is not the standard that people are looking for that. So I just wanted to emphasize that the ethical values should be really important, especially for the ones that they lost their position for advocating for academic freedom. In the case of the war, it's something that happens for you, or natural disasters, happens, and many people forced to leave, to immigrate, and be displaced at least temporary. But when people do political acts, in the case of the supporting something, in our case, academic freedom, so then it is really important to really see that, okay, which kind of the values are important for us, that they are priority. Otherwise, we will be missed with definition of the excellence, diversity, equity, or whatever it is. So we should see that what we are really looking for, that is the making awareness about academic freedom, making awareness about the situation of the people that they are living in, not democratic ones. Is that the value that we are looking for? That saying that, okay, it's probable that these values also become in danger in our society. So making awareness about this, among the students. Because I'm sure that making advocacy among the students is really important, but maybe sometimes supporting at-risk scholars is not going to work in that case because, as I said, most of the scholars at risk, they have a PhD, they had a faculty position. So we cannot expect the students to make the advocacy for these people that they are in different hierarchy. We can make awareness by having the sessions about academic freedom. Otherwise, we cannot expect the students to support faculty members. But hierarchy does not allow that much because they have no power in that sense. But they can be helpful for advocating for academic freedom and asking that one, if it's violated in their own university for any reason, for example, banning specific research or not allowing specific students or scholars from specific countries to come and do such kind of research. Otherwise, I don't expect that we can have support for at-risk scholars to find a position by help support of the students.
Andrea, you wanted to respond?
Not respond really. I just want to sort of add another perspective because the the scholars at risk to assume that they've come into the system and have sort of, in a way, sort of overcome these hurdles that you were speaking about. The next step, of course, is how to kind of keep them in the system, because there might be some who have the hope to return to their country, but there will be others who don't have that hope. And in a way, we kind of have to make sure that we equip them to, in a way, kind of arrive in that system and be accepted in that system. And that, I think, in many university systems is quite difficult. I know from our institution that sort of, again, sort of the individual hosts, they use their personal networks in order to sort of arrange for the next steps after the scholarship ends. But if we kind of look at hiring procedures for professorships, so all the, let's say, sort of acknowledging gaps in the CV, narrative CVs or whatever. I mean, all these things don't work. This is an incredibly rule-based system that defines very narrowly of what counts for excellence and what, in a way, is not excellent enough. And I don't have a solution for that, but I really do see a very large discrepancy between sort of our hiring system and the new challenges that we are facing.
I mean, partly we addressed it already. I mean, we are discussing also academic careers more broadly, but I think there is definitely a distinction to be made between hiring somebody to get him or her out of danger, so the humanitarian action, and then enabling a career in academia. That's probably something to be considered, or? Please, yeah.
Yeah, I think engaging in this work is about demonstrating a commitment to academic freedom and solidarity with academics, because at any point it could be any one of us who are in this situation and have to flee or be displaced. So supporting somebody who was an academic to come to your institution to continue their research and the work they're doing, we're doing it every day as a university anyway, but now we've got this trauma-informed situation. So absolutely part of that duty of care to that person is equipping them to be able to look at their career development so they have choices. So that may be a choice or not to be able to go back and take up their old role, or it could be a career change, or it could be a research change. But I think almost as we do with our young researchers, we should be having these discussions with the person to see where they feel they would like to go, and then giving them as much of a toolkit to enable that. But one of the biggest things that I think is important is networks, because what you've actually lost a lot of the time is those networks and connections, and it's sometimes less about who you know, but who knows you. So another duty of care for a host institution is to try and start those networks from scratch for that person so they have options going forward. And I don't think it's a case that there's any ask to drop standards for professorships. Obviously not, there's not enough of those to go around in the world, full stop. But it is about creating choices and empowering somebody to be able to think of different options. And it may be the case that they're extremely competitive and they're the first-ranked person for a professorship, or it could be given the opportunity and space to think about something alternative. Actually, they've found a different path and they want to go down a consulting route or a teaching route or an advocacy route or a policy route. So I think it's more about talking with the person in front of you as to the options they'd like to try and develop.
Good. Yes.
I say in the case of the helping to the at-risk scholar to see that how he or she can integrate in the society. Let's say just academia, I'm not talking about positions outside of academia, because it's really complicated even for the ones that they are not challenging with that. I suggest to having the mentorship program for them, at least to have one mentor from that institute, not really in a high rank position, or not the dean of the institute because he or she will be too busy to give you really help, but at least one of the faculty members that you are more or less in the same position, and try and say, okay, I don't know, probably you only studied in that country, but you were a student, so you don't really know that, how it's going to be, applying for academic positions, how you should make your networks. But having a mentor helps a lot. Maybe when a person applying for a position and you find a host institute, the organization also can ask that we need a mentor from that institute, not just the secretary to give you the administrative issues. We really need a scientific mentor to show you the way whenever you get challenges in your past, to tell you that, okay, how I should deal with that. So it helps really a lot because you really find that there is someone when you have questions that you can address to that person. If you have some other, you want, for example, to teach, but you don't know how are the rules. So at least there is someone to tell you that, okay, there is a deadline that you can apply for any subject or topic that you are interested in, or how you can implement new topic, but you don't know. So finding all these things by your own, of course, it takes the time, and also you maybe just confused. So I think having a mentor for these people helps a lot to integrate in that, at least in that institute. So talking globally how that they can integrate in the society or in the country is something really big deal. But at least feeling that you are welcomed in that atmosphere, and then if you get a problem, at least scientifically, there is someone to help you.
I think that aligns very much with what Gemma just said about the networks, help them to build the networks, and also what we heard before about ensuring that the units or departments that take them in are actually well prepared, so it needs some capacity building there. I could carry on here with my panel, but I just wonder whether you have questions. And oh yeah, there are. I don't know how I get you to speak. Is there a microphone here? Yeah, good.
Thank you for the opportunity to ask, and sorry in advance for any mistakes in what I will be saying. A bit nervous to ask these questions. My name is Mark. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm here from Tampere University. Before that, I Ukraine.
I think you have to hold it really like this.
Like this?
Yeah.
Thank you. Although the discussion went from gender several times, I shall return it there, because people who might need it, do exist. So transgender, intersex, just queer people do exist, and as one of them, I have several things to ask. This is a group that may be not only traumatized with the war or displacement, but also that is stigmatized in many countries and in many areas. And being an academic in Ukraine, I started to know about academic freedom just when I moved out, because of unofficial ban on some topics to study and things that I was just not able to voice out. So I had to live silenced for many years, or else I wouldn't have any academic career, any academic path. Because I don't know if you know, but it's really difficult to be a transgender person and even to defend a PhD in Ukraine. And for me, moving out was on one side, but on another side, it was not relief at all, because lots of issues I wasn't able to change documents before I move, because otherwise I wouldn't get a job. I wasn't able to start gender transition and many, many other small things. I was really lucky with the university and with the team I started working with. However, on the top of all the stress from new beginning, just searching for a place to live and place to start, I had minority stress. And I needed to explain myself to other people, not at the university I work with, gladly, but in many other places. Even to take this event as an example, asking about gender-neutral spaces, about gender-neutral language, and just not being in the need to share my pronouns with any person I would like to speak to makes me invisible. With this, I would like to ask you, what tools would you, as people thinking about diversity a lot, would provide or recommend to accommodate those who are not only under stress of being displaced, but also under minority stress constantly? What means are to accommodate such people in academia, in a new work, studies place, or like whatever? Because it is a huge thing, and not many people even talk about that because of the fear that I myself do not have that much, but I do know people who still even don't want to talk openly because they are afraid of losing some kind of stability they started to gain. Thank you.
Who wants to answer? Yeah, Gemma?
Thank you very much, and for being so brave. My pronouns are she and her. And you're absolutely right. This is the intersectionality, complexity of people moving country, culture, situation, leaving support networks behind and having to start again from scratch. From a tools point of view, I would recommend in an institution, what we try to do is support not only our colleagues and staff with the student body that they have in front of them, but also interacting with their colleagues. And we have a dedicated, we call it an EDI assurance process. So like quality assurance, we check in with our teaching and our learning and our research every 4 to 5 years. In our institution, we also do that from an EDI point of view. Every 4 to 5 years, we check in with our people and our culture. Do you feel equipped to deal with the people in front of you in your classroom? Is there gaps in your awareness that you would like to learn more about? Those types of things. We have a lot of trans staff and students, and in that regard, we work with the person themselves as to what they feel that they need. It could be supports in transitioning. It could be supports in from more broader student services or staff services, mental health point of view. It could be in peer group and mentoring. It could be networks or people, so that you have a sense of belonging coming in. There's someone you can go to if all you need to do is talk or vent or just use them as a sounding board. And then I think there's also a sense of making sure that it's led by trust by the person themselves. What is it that you feel you'd like to be given, and what supports are there? Because it isn't up to us as an institution or me as a leader in this space to make an assumption on your behalf. So in some respects, that toolkit for an institution is about dealing with the person in front of them.
Thanks. There was another question. I think we can accommodate one more. Yes, please.
First of all, such excellent panelists, and is proud of such kind of information.
I agree.
Yeah, and I have a question and also a small comment. My question is that do you think that the scholars, when you're selecting them, and they are in the situation which, for example, in Afghanistan collapsed, and the scholar was not in the situation to write a good proposal or to send a good CV to be selected as in different universities around the world. One, for example, in Iran, one day when you go to the university, then the regime of Iran will tell you that the university is banned for you. You cannot enter the university because you're against the regime. Do you think that that person is able to write a good proposal or fill a good form? And for example, in Ukraine, when the Russian is shelling the bombs, and in that situation, the scholar can write a good proposal or can send a good CV. And for selection, my comment is regarding mentorship. I think mentorship is very useful for the scholars. I have 2 mentors in Minute University. One is academic mentor. She is supporting me in academic things. And the second is admin mentor, which they are supporting me in different, for example, opening a bank account in new country looks very simple for those people which they are living in that country. But if you are new in that country, it's very difficult because you don't have an address. First thing, they will ask you address. And I suggest 2 mentors. And the second is, most of the scholars, they have short-term contracts, 1 or 2 years. Their situation is very fluctuating, and they cannot make a decision. I would suggest, if it's possible to make the contract more than 3 years, they can find their path, where they should go. So, for example, mentioned networking and also changing the career or transferring to academia or companies. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if one of you wants to react here. I mean, I think it confirms what we said already. The career paths are difficult, and of course, you don't select scholars at risk on the application or on the excellence of the application. Yeah, Nick.
Just on that first question about the selection, some of the good practice that I've seen amongst universities involves trying to get beyond this situation where you just issue a form, some sort of application, and then expect someone to fill it in and then send it back. So to kind of break that boundary somehow, for example, through open days that are directed towards scholars at risk. That works really well. Can work well. Outreach programs, and also online sessions that are run by people who've already successfully applied for scholar at risk programs to inform and support people who are applying in subsequent years. Can work well as well. And I realise that does put a bit of a burden on scholars at risk, existing scholars at risk, to do that, but I have seen it work quite effectively.
Good. I think we have to close it here. If you could join me in thanking the panel. I agree, it was really an excellent panel. Thanks so much. And I hand over to Frank for the next announcement then.
Thank you very much to this excellent panel, chair. And it's really a question, many questions close to my own heart and the heart of the team at the Philipp Schwartz Initiative. Because what does it take to shed that label of being a researcher at risk and just being a researcher? So that is really, really close to our hearts. A quick announcement, we're now breaking for another coffee break. We'll meet again at 2:45, so in roughly 20 minutes. It's a double challenge, it's a bit briefer than before, and you'll not only have to get coffee, but you'll also have to hand in the headsets from the translation earlier at the help desk. So I'd ask you to manage both in about 20 minutes, and I'll see you back here. Thank you.
warm-up.
Yes.
Let's see how this goes.
Yes.
Dear guests, welcome for this third and last panel of the day. Thank you for staying with us. It's a pleasure to announce this third panel, which will deal with diaspora networks and the immense value they can have for the collaboration with and support to researchers who are still in the country of origin. And we chose the Ukrainian Diaspora Network because it's a particularly active and vibrant network with a lot of activities in that regard, and maybe that can be a model for other networks as well. So it's my pleasure to announce this panel now. I leave the introduction to Olga Garashuk, the session chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Frank, for this kind introduction. And as already was mentioned, what we will try to do now, we will try to switch the gears a little bit and thinking not what the countries which are welcoming scholars at risk can provide and can do, but basically what scholars coming to this country can do, both basically for the countries they are getting in, but mostly for the countries they are coming from. Because there is always a little bit of discussion which is more or less about brain drain. And what would be our motivation today is to change this brain to brain circulation, this brain drain to brain circulation. And we chose, or it was chosen for us, Ukrainian diaspora as an example, and there are maybe two reasons for this. First of all, Ukrainian diaspora, scientific diaspora abroad is very large because of a known current challenge and current trouble happening in Ukraine, but actually also because country was struggling for its independence for many, many years. And now for Ukrainians, it's just basically we are thinking we are back to the bad scenario of 100 years ago. So basically the country is trying to resist pretty much similar challenges the country tried to resist 100 years ago. And every time when the country lost this struggle for independence, there was a big exodus of educated, of academic persons. This is one reason. And the second reason that those people who left Ukraine for 100 years, for 80 years now, they were trying to organize abroad. And there are big examples of such organizations. There is, for example, Harvard Ukrainian Research Institute, HURI, which is very known for Ukrainian studies. There was 100 years ago, basically starting from 1926, an Ukrainian Scientific Institute in Berlin, where we are now. And for all these reasons, basically for this organizing abroad, for trying to provide and continuous scholarship and research abroad, for all this Ukrainian scientific diaspora maybe is a good example. And I'm extremely happy to discuss now issues how can academic network abroad contribute to fostering mutual exchange with and support to academic communities in their country of origin, strengthening innovative research and educational systems in the countries scholars have left. And I'm extremely happy to discuss this topic with my very renowned panel and with my dear guests. And the first on a panel, so we're also starting from that side, is Alexandra Antoniuk. I will go now and basically present everyone and then kindly ask my panelists to contribute to this topic. So Alexandra Antoniuk, very nice to have you with us, is a chairwoman of the Scientific Committee of the National Council of Ukraine on Science and Technology Development. She is a leading researcher at the Institute of Mathematics of the National Academy of Science. She is Deputy Director for Development and Innovation of Kyiv Academic University. She is head of Humboldt Club, Ukraine, and she is the manager of Innovation Center of Kyiv Academic University, so-called Academ City. So welcome, Alexandra.
And I'm very happy to welcome Lucian Bruyan, who is a Senior Scientific Officer for International Relationship at the German National Academy of Sciences, Leopoldina, and recently a member of the European Commission's expert group on science diplomacy, and my dear colleague and fellow from the University of Tübingen, so we are sharing the alma mater. So welcome, Lucian. And next on our list is Anastasia Hubina. So Anastasia really had to flee from Russian bombs, so she left Ukraine in March 2022. She is MSA for Ukraine Fellow, and currently she's an assistant professor at the Department of Polymers at the University of Chemistry and Technology in Prague. And she's a co-founder of Czech-Ukrainian Scientific Society, which is now basically in its installation time. So welcome. I'm happy to introduce Maria Mitic, who is a policy officer at the Maria Skłodowska-Curie Actions Unit of the European Commission's Directorate of General Education, Youth, Sport and Culture. And she is responsible for several MSA initiatives supporting researchers at risk, and also including Inspireurope, who is our holder today. So welcome, Maria. And last but not least, we welcome Alexander Stokovich, a senior program manager and the head of secretariat of the Open University Network of the Central European University in Wien, Austria, and co-director of the OSUN, the Open Society University Network, Internet Scholars Integration Initiative. So welcome. And to briefly introduce myself, I'm Olga Garashuk. I am neurophysiologist, the chair of the Institute of Neurophysiology, Department of Neurophysiology at the University of Tübingen. I am vice president of the German Physiological Society, just to say this, and a president of the German Ukrainian Academic Society. So we decided that maybe briefly we would ask opinion of our panelists, and I would like to keep it short because you realize as the day moving on, the time which is left is less and less. So we will try to use this time efficiently, and we would like basically to ask your opinion on these maybe main issues which we are interested in discussing today. How can academic diaspora network impact the future reconstruction and or enhancement of innovative scientific systems, just to start with? And maybe you would like to also add in your introductory sentences how we can consolidate the efforts of different diasporas just to make the resulting help more than the sum of its parts. So maybe if you can start, Alexandra.
Thank you very much. And let me start with my emotional feeling of the panel discussion of the morning. I was really emotionally berührt, say in German. You see, I feel that time when revolution in Iran come, we think Ukrainians, they keep our cross fingers that they win. We also very aware of what's happening in Afghanistan and how survive the people, academia in Afghanistan. And these stories of people who are keeping fighting against authority, this is very close to us Ukrainian, what we are doing. Actually, when you start to lose something, you become to value it, and we understand that we can lose our state. And as Olga has said, we united, and this is very important. Due to the united of Ukrainians in different areas where they are abroad or they are in Ukraine, it's a very strong force. And that's why I think the communication and relation with diaspora, actually Ukrainian diaspora started it actively works since 2018 or even earlier. And now when we have big difficulties and troubles in Ukraine, we feel the support of the Ukrainians who are working in different universities in Germany, and not only in Germany, other world. So I just say we can be a good example and not give up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, I wanted to say, Olga, with your permission, before we even start talking about that, only one thing to my Ukrainian friends and fellows: don't ever give up. Yeah, I have witnessed different wars in my personal biography and professional biography, starting from the Yugoslav wars in Bosnia and Herzegovina and in Kosovo, and then Afghanistan, Israel, and so on and so forth. And every single war is different. Every single community behind or involved is different. So everything can happen. It can happen today, it can happen tomorrow. It could be good or bad, but we have to live with the uncertainty and with the consequences of that. That's just a basic statement I want to make at the beginning. About diaspora networks, I know that in the Ukrainian community, and we have had 2 days, yesterday and today, full of Ukraine discussions, and was one of the best conferences so far, because it was so, you said it today, straightforward, no, somebody else said it, straightforward, open, critical, self-critical. This is what we need in Germany as well, in Western Europe. I personally come from Eastern Europe. I was born in Romania, in the communist bloc, at the border with, that time, Yugoslavia and Hungary. We were isolated in a stupid system. When we went out, you know, we just consumed liberty. So I fully understand this wish to be free by domination. But we have a narrative domination, and this is where diaspora plays a very important role, because you all with a migration biography are ambassadors of your country, first and foremost, and of your scientific system and of your intellectual thinking. And the past 2 days we have seen how many wrong informations, cliches, prejudices we have on Ukraine and Eastern Europe. And I think also in Ukraine you have prejudices about Germany and the West. But that's not the point. The point is coming together. And we can only have an honest conversations. And this is the most difficult part when you talk about brain drain, to have honest conversations. I myself am a product of brain drain. I cannot say, if I would be today in Romania, I would say I'm sorry for that, because you paid for my education. If I'm in Germany, I said I'm proud of that. If I would be in the US, it wouldn't really have a big importance. So having an open conversation on brain drain is very, very difficult, because it's a highly sensitive topic. It gets political very easy. Usually I've worked on brain drain and brain circulation for many years. I can tell you I didn't find the solution for that. There is no magical solution. And my last point for the introduction is, we can talk about concepts, we can talk about money, we can talk about whatever we want to talk when it comes to diaspora, and somehow involving the diasporas or the communities abroad in what's happening in their countries of origin. We can have many conferences like this one, and this is a very important one, the last that we had. But at the end of the day, it's about people, and people have emotions. It's not just about science and research, it's also about families, kids, parents, the connections you have to the country that you were forced to leave. Either you were forced by Russian bombs or by poverty, like in my case. And emotions are very difficult to bring into concepts. Even the social sciences and humanities are not able to do that. I'm a natural scientist, please apology for my arrogance. I think that we should not underestimate emotions when it comes to diaspora. Last message, you have to be proactive, the people who are abroad, to maintain the links, the professional links with your institutions. And I know in the Ukrainian case, there is some atmospheric problems. with contracts, with online teaching and so on. Everything can be solved if you have goodwill and if you are proactive and you show courage. And the second thing, the country that has lost those people, even temporarily, has also to do their homework. You have to give the feelings to the diaspora that you are welcome, that you are needed, that you are part of a global Ukrainian diaspora, in the case of Ukraine. And we did this in Romania, but it took us 20 years to learn that losing 6 million people out of 23 is a problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, I want to thank for this kind invitation for this discussion panel, and I should use this opportunity to introduce our almost newly established Czech-Ukrainian Scientific Society. And here I would make a remark, because in fact we named it like a scientific society, but didn't use the word diaspora. For one purpose. In Czech Republic, there was already several waves of migration of Ukrainian scientists. And in fact, one of the first, I think it was in the beginning of 20th century. But unfortunately, until now, there was no any organization which could unite these people somehow. So we decided to try to gather people from different waves, from past years, who still work like scientists in different fields. And our great support was made by a local organization which is called Czech Spots. So now we're trying to register our organization. But the thing is that these people who work in Czech Republic, they already sometimes they get the citizenship, and they are Ukrainians only by origin, but they are citizens of Czech Republic. So the idea is to invite these people to our society, then also Czech scientists who are interested in Ukraine in collaboration with Ukrainian scientists, because in fact we got a great support from Czech scientific and academic society, both from academia and from universities. That's why it's hardly can be called diaspora, because this is people of different nationalities, and in our case also, in fact, when we started to do some events, some gatherings of these people, we understood that we have a very strange problem, because these people could be divided like natural scientists, and which I call, I'm sorry because I'm natural scientist, so this is also some people of humanitarian scientists. And their interests sometimes different, and in fact interests of our foreign colleagues from these different disciplines are also different. And now we're challenged with this idea how to gather everyone in one organization, and moreover how to maintain the some kind of I don't know, to keep in touch with Ukrainian colleagues in different fields of study, with different academic interests, and with different possibilities to work. Because, for example, if you are a scientist in philosophy or in history, you can still work in Ukraine. Yeah, it's hard, you're still bombed and so on. But for natural scientists, it's more difficult, because you need to use equipment, and considering the situation which was last year with these blackouts and so on. Besides, you need to buy chemicals, to use equipment to make experiments. It's hard. So the idea is to keep everything together and to help each other, and also during our meetings with colleagues who newly came to Czech Republic and got some funding, got some positions, we understood that yes, people got some work, they can survive, they can continue their career. But we also understood that a lot of these people don't understand how function European science, because
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you are now changing. These were two panels. We want to go back to Ukraine, you know, we understand this problem.
Yes. I'm coming to the point, in fact. And the thing is that we understood that we should show Ukrainian newcomers, Ukrainian colleagues, how work European science, because we want to be a part of European science. That's why the point is that I think that one of the tasks of diaspora communities is educational task, mentoring task. Because I remember that during the previous discussion panel, there was a question, how a person who is sitting in a basement under the shelling can write the proposal. So we need somebody who can help with this. We need some classes, we need some lectures, and we need some exchange. So this is my point. Thanks.
So Maria.
Can you hear me? Yes. Well, first of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation on behalf of the MSCA unit. And a remark that I did not know I would have, but Lucian reminded me. I thought first that, I would not have a personal reference, but in fact, I come from Yugoslavia, a country that does not exist anymore due to war, not a peaceful resolution, and separation. So it became personal. And thank you. I think sometimes we tend to maybe also put aside and not want to remember after a while, just to kind of move on and have different kinds of memories, let's put it this way. But without further ado, what we are talking about, and to get on the topic, what I would like to give maybe first, I will try to condense my topics that I prepared, but I would like to give a little bit of the background, just to say, because for me the main reference will obviously be MSCA for Ukraine and what we are doing in regard of the questions that you asked. As some of you may know, Marie Skłodowska Key Reactions MSCA is a program that supports excellent research. So we support the development of excellent doctoral programs, and we support researchers' mobility and training and career development. As such, we call ourselves bottom-up, meaning that we are open to any topic. We don't have geographic priorities. However, there have been a number of thematic priorities that under what we call MSCA support, the program has been funding for years now, and one of those thematic priorities has actually been academic freedom and support for researchers at risk. And this has been taking place since 2019, and the funding under MSCA has actually borne projects such as Inspireurope, Inspireurope Plus, and ultimately MSCA for Ukraine, which I will focus on much more. We have mentioned the project several times already today, and as you know, it provides fellowships for researchers from Ukraine as of, the program started in 2022, and I think we were relatively fast for the Commission standards to mobilize also the resources and to start the project. Currently, the project has a budget of 25 million, supporting 125 researchers at doctoral and postdoctoral level, and we have just been officially confirmed or informed that there will be a top-up of the additional 10 million euros for additional fellowships, around 50 fellowships for researchers from Ukraine. Just to stress, I cannot give you more details now, just to stress that these will be new fellowships, so another 50 more researchers will actually be able to benefit from this. I don't think that we will be able to give you more details, but my colleagues Maria and Andrea are here in the audience, just if you want to discuss with them, a little bit more. But it will take a few weeks, I think, before we have really details. Now, having said that, I wanted to focus maybe on two aspects that I think, yes, pertain to the Ukrainian diaspora, but I would also say that some of them pertain also to researchers at risk at large. So one aspect is, welcoming researchers who come to host countries, and the other one is then actually supporting the diaspora and supporting links. Through MSCA for Ukraine, on the welcoming side, we are aware of a lot of challenges that other researchers at risk are facing. And this is, for example, type and scale of support. We have heard already several times today that sometimes the fellowships are short. We have started with the idea that we will provide generous duration of up to 2 years, maybe with a little bit of an optimistic scenario at the time. But we wanted to give enough time to researchers to actually be able to deal with a lot of personal issues and not only professional, and be able to actually continue their research. And the fellowships that are provided, apart from salaries, are quite generous in the sense that do take into account different circumstances that researchers actually may be in, such as a family allowance, knowing that researchers come with families, what we call special needs lump sum, so if in case of disability or impairment, there is also possibility of additional funding. There is also contribution to the host institutions that they can then further support researchers. And also, which brings me to another point, networking and training support. This is something that we know, excuse me, just a second, is key for researchers, actually for diaspora, for researchers who don't have networks. We've heard that a lot of times alumni come, though they already have previous connections with the university. But those who don't, they need to establish the network. So there is also special allowance for this, and we think about, giving opportunity to researchers from Ukraine to actually network, to build their networks, and to get training. And so far, the large majority of them have actually benefited from this, whether these are international conferences, whether these are, for example, language training as well, or training on different aspects that they need in their research and integrating in the academic community. And then last, just to make the last point, the integration in the academic community in the host country comes with the flip side, and this is, I think, now the point that we are discussing. So how do we also prevent talent loss? And how do we support researchers to actually to be in touch with their colleagues and counterparts in the country of origin? And in this regard, the MSCA for Ukraine was designed with this from the onset. There were discussions with relevant stakeholders in Ukraine, actually, how to design the project. And there have been reintegration measures that are envisaged as part of the project, secondments to Ukraine, which several of them have taken place, also joint supervision or collaboration. And I think the large majority of our researchers funded under the program have already had joint activities with their colleagues in Ukraine, whether these are joint publications, joint events, planning joint projects. And just to finish, I think also what is very beneficial, you asked about different networks and how we can benefit and make them more than the sum of their parts. Researchers in Ukraine also are networking with their counterparts in Europe, and I think this is also extremely important for their actually peers in Ukraine. So this is gathering know-how and then sharing this know-how. So in this regard, there's an accumulation of knowledge that makes, and the sharing of knowledge that makes diaspora connected to the country, and at the same time, that makes the researchers in the country actually active, knowing that many have either reduced their research activities or put them on hold due to the infrastructural issues or lack of access to data, etc. So I think I will stop here and then we can elaborate later. Yeah.
Thank you very much. It's an honor and pleasure to be here, and it's wonderful to meet a lot of colleagues and friends from Myanmar, Afghanistan, Russia, Belarus, of course, Ukraine, that we've known and supported for a long time, and it's great to see that you're safe and you're continuing to do a great work, and I think a lot of thanks for that go to the hosts and various organizations and programs that make all this possible. I just realized that since we're talking about diaspora, I've never quite identified myself vis-a-vis that concept, that term. Even though I have not been living in Ukraine for 24 years now, my heart and soul have never left. When someone asks me where I come from, I always say I come from Ukraine, now I live here or there. And I think that this kind of dissonance, right, is probably typical of the majority of people I encounter today and work with. And I do hope that I will have a chance to speak in some detail about a wonderful project at Central European University called Invisible University for Ukraine. But since we are now limited to more sort of conceptual thoughts, I'll try to stick to that task. I think when it comes, maybe just a few words allow me about the Open Society University Network and Central European University where I come from. CEU is one of the most international universities in the world. It's also, we don't like to be called or to be considered a university in exile, but we definitely are a university that lives through the pains and challenges of displacement, because we, for 26 years, our home was Budapest, Hungary, and then the government of Viktor Orban made it impossible for us to continue our educational programs in Hungary, so we had to relocate to Austria, which is a very different context And we're now dealing with a lot of different challenges. My other hat with the Open Society University Network is allows me to work with a truly global network. We have 47 members, university, college, research institute members of the network spread around the world. And quite a few of these members are actually universities in exile, including small private liberal arts university from Myanmar, American University in Afghanistan, European Humanities University, which started in Belarus and now continues in Lithuania, a liberal arts college project that was part of St. Petersburg State University, whose students and faculty are now scattered around the world. And now also we are home and host to the Invisible University for Ukraine, which is precisely a project for displaced Ukrainian students and scholars. One thing that we've learned through these multiple cases from Myanmar to Russia to Belarus to Afghanistan and now to Ukraine is that it is extremely important. I would say there are three pieces here that are really important. One piece is that when and if you endeavor to go into, diaspora-led and diaspora-supported project focused on a specific country, it is really important to ensure that this project does not exist, does not happen in a vacuum, that it's not, a thing on its own, to ensure connectedness between what you do and what other actors from the same country do. Of course, you may have political or ideological differences, but if these differences are possible to overcome, I think it is extremely important to connect different actors, consolidate resources, because when you are in the news for the first 2 weeks of the crisis, it seems that the whole world supports you. But then another crisis in another place happens and the attention is off, and the resources that you thought are suddenly there, they have to go somewhere else, you have to share. So it is extremely important to consolidate thinkers, leadership of these diaspora-led and diaspora-connected projects. It is also important, not just only because of those political and ideological differences, but I think it is important to ensure plurality within these projects, plurality of approaches, plurality of needs, obviously, which is obvious, and that also plurality for the visions for the future of not just these projects, but for the future of the countries that these projects are serving. And with plurality, of course, comes the agency. It doesn't matter. The projects will inevitably be, written for a specific donor or somehow fitted to the priorities or visions of leaders, especially if they're really strong, charismatic leaders. But I think ensuring the agency of those who you want to serve or those who you want to benefit, the constituencies who are back in the country or who are scattered around the world, is extremely important. And it is on the diaspora, leaders or representatives who are a bridge between the people in their country and the donors and politicians outside. It is on them to ensure that the agency, to the greatest possible extent, remains with those who these projects are addressing. And one final thing, and this is about the brain drain, it is really important to think about creating these projects and programs in ways which give everyone who is involved a sense of belonging. It is different from the sense of agency. It is what I mean by belonging is the ability of people whose future is not yet defined, who are not yet ready to put themselves into a basket of diaspora or exiles or, going back or not going back, to give them the sense that whenever they decide, whenever they're ready, they have somewhere, someone, something to go back to. And again, I'll be happy to give some practical examples to these very possibly convoluted ideas, but thank you.
Thank you so much. So if we would have to list, so thank you for very different but very, very helpful inputs. If it would be to list what is the role, definitely scientific diaspora, it's a nickname, so to say. And I agree with everyone who told I don't put myself in this basket, but still we are coming from one country, we are doing our research in another country. Definitely we understand the laws of the other country much better. So the idea of being an interpreter between both countries where you are, this is a very important point, and also turning this into help to your former home country and country of origin is definitely a very valid point, supporting those people who are trying to repeat the way, who are on danger now and who would need some support. A very good taken point. What else could we put on our list just to say what will be the to-do list for this so-called scientific diaspora? Would someone like to?
Thank
like
you.
A ballot point.
I actually want to turn this immediately on Ukraine and say that I'm far from thinking of looking for any silver lining in the war, but I think hopefully, or I hope most of the Ukrainians in the room here will agree that Ukraine has a long way to go with its higher education system, with the way it sort of builds, nurtures, or supports its scholarly community. And I think it's the way we configure the support for Ukraine today, and the way we build these new projects, whether they are curriculum projects, whether they are rescue projects, whether they are research support projects, it is always important to think how to do this in a way that will be innovative, in a way that can help in rebuilding, reforming the higher education system and the scholarly networks and institutions in Ukraine. I don't want to, go into the discussion of, Ukrainian, Ministry of Education or the quality of higher education, but I also think it's kind of common knowledge that Ukraine, even though it's integrating into the European higher education area, even though there are some really interesting, innovative, and brilliant institutions appearing, as a general kind of landscape of higher education, we fall really, really short of what we would consider, well, at least a European standard, let alone a sort of global model. So I would really argue that everyone should be thinking how their investment today can create new spaces, new ideas, new visions, and possibly even new institutions which will kind of bud from the projects that we're doing today, that could be transportable, that could be sort of indigenized in Ukraine in a way that will pull up the entire system, the quality of the whole educational and academic milieu in Ukraine up.
Thank you so much. But basically, if talking about new projects, it definitely needs support. So which kind of support could we envisage which will be useful, which will be immediately helpful for those now in exile trying to influence processes back home? So what would be the need?
Okay, so maybe a very strange example, but I know that before war started, before 2022, there was a project between one Ukrainian big university and the Polish university about the joint master programs. Unfortunately, when war started, this money were frozen, and it never happened. So I think that one of the good new ideas, new projects would be something like this. So some joint programs, some joint master programs, joint PhD programs. I know that it's a bit bureaucratic, but we need at least start overcoming this. And some exchange programs, maybe some joint labs. Now it sounds wild, but why not?
Yeah.
Rian? Sorry to say, from my experience with Eastern European scientific diasporas, especially Polish, Romanian, I can tell you once, bureaucracy and state-led systems are not going to work. Because it's a lot, the colleagues have said, it's a lot about connecting people and making them to create joint agency, but not in terms of institutions, but joint things together. Let's speak a bit more plain language. Bureaucracy is not going to work. There is no single example in Europe of state-administered brain gain successful project. None, zero. There were experiments. One is in Turkey that has decided, for example, we have a big academic diaspora in the US, in Canada, in Europe. We want a few of those people back, and we are ready to invest huge amounts of money to have those people back. It worked up to one level, and then those people need to integrate into the existing running Turkish higher education system. And that's the big problem. That's the huge problem, because we can develop here today and in the Commission, European Commission, and in universities, great concepts. The problem is day-to-day life and administration of science is a huge issue. So I would not go for let's say, I would go for agency of the people who are part of this community. Once again, I think the most important thing is we are focusing too much on short-term things, on existing instruments. But again, let's try to look a bit on the meta level. The problem is the world we are today in science and innovation is changing radically. We have a geopolitical influence on that. We have a security influence on that. And we, especially the science leaders, are faced with failure of some of the concepts we used and we were used to. So we are now in these days and years in a very critical moment when we have to develop something new. And if you add to that the crises that we have, war, climate, and so on and so forth, the artificial intelligence, which is completely changing higher education and research, and many other things that will come. I don't know what's coming, but they will come. We have to consider things globally. And for me, Ukraine is a very good example where we could try to upheave ourselves and connect this global academic Ukrainian community. People are the biggest asset. People are the biggest asset. And somebody said here about the Ukrainian higher education. I know there are problems in the Ukrainian academic system. Alexandra can tell you way more about that. I'm not here to criticize. I'm just saying, don't wait for the politicians in Ukraine to decide. They have other things to decide on. They need to manage the day-to-day situation in the war. You know this very well. Electricity, payments, bunkers, things like that. Be proactive, and especially if you have a diaspora united voice, make proposals, raise your voice here, raise your voice in Ukraine. And last thing I want to say, when you talk to your Ukrainian colleagues, try to find the right melody. Because we in Romania did a big mistake. The academic diaspora went back and told everything how to do things better. This was arrogant, and this is I did it myself because I thought I was special, because I had the possibility to have a stipend in Germany, and I know all things better because I was connected to things that they will not connect it. No, this is a mistake. You have to develop, even if you speak Ukrainian, you have to develop a joint melody where you respect the other one, where you say, okay, where do you need my help? And not point with the finger, this is bad, and these are the standards you need to reach in 10 years. This is never going to work. It's just going to lead to even more discrepancy. And again, don't underestimate the emotional component of brain drain, brain gain, brain circulation, and we forgot about brain waste. If you go in Berlin, you will see a lot of taxi drivers from the Middle East with university diplomas, experience. This is brain waste. Let's be honest. Let's have an honest discussion if you want to talk about brain drain in diasporas. There's no need to hide behind bureaucracy or concepts. They're all good, money is good, and I welcome what the Commission is doing with Marie Skłodowska-Curie. It's a great thing, and it should be not 10 millions, 50 more millions, and extend it to other countries, because it's flexible enough to adapt to the absolutely uncertain conditions.
Thank you so much. So Alexandra and then Maria, and we look all on this timing, and we will still like to give a voice to the audience, so please.
I only can support what Lucian has said. He said that he is an example of brain drain. I am an example of brain circulation. I spent more than 3 years in Germany, and what I wanted to do, I wanted to have Germany in Ukraine. And now what we are doing in Ukraine, we reforming under the bombs, under all the competence, and it's important that in Ukraine will live someone who will do research, and this is very important. That's why if you come to the question what is needed, we need to support also Ukrainians who remain in Ukraine through internet digital fellowships or something like twinning project and so on, but it's really very important that someone remain in Ukraine as well and have this connection, as Lucian very good explained. Thank you.
Thank you. It is very difficult now to add more administration references after Lucian's intervention, but what I wanted to say is, if I may, just because I was inspired by his, yes, maybe there is a little bit of the patronizing tone of diaspora, but I would also say that diaspora is, I think, kind of critical of both systems. You know, so there is also the element of criticism of seeing actually how the host country system works. And I think what this can help, I'm sorry, I think what this can help is actually not maybe taking for granted everything that comes from anywhere, as you know, a modernization process. So I think that really a big role of diaspora is to be critical of both sides and to really see, okay, this is what worked here, this is what did not work there. So not patronizing, but trying to see how both systems work or don't work. And I just wanted to mention, again, sorry, my reference is what we are doing in the Commission, but I think it's really important to mention this, talking about supporting research in Ukraine. You know that there is a newly established Horizon office in Kiev, and I think this is also something that can be a very, very good information point and support structure actually for collaboration between researchers in diaspora and those who are in Ukraine, basically, because it should serve as a point of guidance and information. And this is one aspect, so developing joint projects and working actually together. And I would just like to mention the last point, a very good example of a project called Horizon that is about to provide, I think, around 60 fellowships for collaborative projects, so to teams of researchers in Europe and in Ukraine, who will then work together for a year, and these fellowships are actually remote. So I think it's also a very good example, maybe something to multiply in the future.
Thank you so much. Now we would like to open discussion to the audience, and we see already 3 at least hands, so please use a microphone, so they will be given to you immediately. Yeah, so please, and please keep concise and try to add value.
Hello, my name is Katerina Latish, and I'm Maria Skłodowska-Curie for Ukraine Fellow, and I would like to contribute about Diaspora Network and what we are doing in Lithuania, for example, because it's also very important to have framework for contribution to Ukrainian society, to Ukrainian academic. And as Anastasia told about creation, some kind of Ukrainian scientific society. For example, in Lithuania, we was invited by Lithuanian Scientific Society to create Ukrainian group, and we created. And also me and another Maria Skłodowska-Curie fellow for Ukraine, Natalia Matvienko, we were elected to the council of this Lithuanian Scientific Society, and also we organized some kind of training courses for our Ukrainian colleagues, more than 30 Ukrainians who are now living inside Ukraine, and helping them also with advice how to win the project. We shared our experience about Maria Skłodowska-Curie for Ukraine. Also, we sharing our knowledge about projects, how to win these projects, how to write this kind of high quality articles. And also we should not to forget that our Ukrainian colleagues also have some kind of requirements, for example internships abroad, also as I said Scopus articles, and they are struggling to do it now under these circumstances, again absence of electricity and everything. And also we could help with that, and we are helping through this Lithuanian Scientific Society to meet this requirement. So it could be also, I think, a very good way to contribute and to help our Ukrainian colleagues to be a part of European Union Scientific Society, especially now for such circumstances. And thank you again for this Maria Skłodowska-Curie Fellowship, which allow us as Ukrainians also help our colleagues who are staying in Ukraine in such circumstances.
Thank you.
Sorry, may I say several words? It's me. Thanks for thanks for your remark, and we're open for collaboration. So I hope we will discuss it after the panel. Thanks.
Yeah. So there are questions here. So please, the Iranian colleague. Sorry, I forgot your name. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Actually, I just want to give an example of how even the scientific community in diaspora could have a problem. I'm just giving the example of Iran because after this Women Life Freedom uprising, we made the first community of the Iranians academics abroad, which was happening for the first time. So we faced several difficulties because we started with the name of the scientific issue, but we really wanted to support our colleagues that they were under pressure, especially students and scholars in Iran. So we made really political acts with the name of the scientific society. And unfortunately, we faced a problem because when the uprisings, almost calmed down, many of the colleagues abroad that they have a really stable situation, they just get worried that, okay, they put their life in danger because they signed some letters, also they put their names in the website. I can even say that some people even get worried that even some of the founders are not in the website, their names and also their pictures. So I just want to say that when you are coming from a really complicated social society, even making a diaspora community of the scientists is really, really critical issue. So you cannot really have the support of all the scientists, although we know that Iran is the first country of the brain drain after the revolution that happened in 1979. And the other also point is that the sanctions imposed on Iran, after 16 months, we could not register this community because we cannot say that we are doing humanitarian issue to be able to do fundraising. So we just collected, money by telling the colleagues, okay, we have a student, for example, in Turkey escaped because of all these things, and we want to save his or her life. But we could not do fundraising because we don't have any bank account because of being the Iranian community. I just wanted to say that how the violation of the academic freedom can happen due to the sanctions that even the scientists in diaspora, they cannot make their community. So these are the things that we should be really worried about that. So even the people in diaspora that they really want to help the community, they use all these limitations, they are not really open to do whatever they want to do. So please pay attention to this matter.
You had a question right in front of you, colleague. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Dmitry Dubrovsky, Charles University, originally from Higher School of Economics, St. Petersburg. This is just about my positionality. First of all, let me congratulate you. I was impressed of the quality, speed, and amount of the projects of the Ukrainian solidarity and the project, how the Ukrainian scholars mobilized themselves. It was impressive. And my question to you as a representative of the international network, because for the last 2 years, maybe the only one, for the first time, I can represent here as under my personal capacity as a scholar from Russia and to ask the question from Ukrainian scholar. And this is the question to you. Do you see any policy, I mean, spoken or at least written or spoken, not to allow to for any possible reason to sit or speak with the Russian scholars at the conference? Because in the previous, let me explain. For the previous 2 years, I've collected at least dozens of cases when the Ukrainian scholars asked, informally to the organizers, not to be in the one room with the Russian scholars for such kind of conference, roundtables, and so on and so forth. My question is it the kind of common decision, or is it just a policy, or is it just, the personal wish or the interest of the particular scholars? Thank you.
I don't know to whom you asked me, so I'm not aware about any.
Спасибо, Dmitry. Positionality is important, so I cannot. I can assure you that there is no policy, written or unwritten. I can also tell you that, as you know, I come from CEU, and we were recently listed as an undesirable organization in Russia. And as a Ukrainian, I am probably one of the most active members of the CEU community right now, pushing our administration to decide to take responsibility for several dozen Russian students graduating this year who, for a variety of reasons, and some of them are very sensitive and political, cannot go back to their home country. It's not just the young men who do not want to be enlisted to go and kill Ukrainians. I cannot speak, I can say what I hear from Ukrainian students and scholars who are in Ukraine and those who've lived through the most terrible experience of the war. I have not, again, the positionality is important here, but in the Invisible University for Ukraine, there were many propositions within the OSUN network, the Open Society University Network as well, which is also home to the Smolny Beyond Borders program, to start bringing these projects together. And I think if you take a big step to the side, and if you think about it as an intellectual, then you can explain this, and you can see the value, and you can have fantastic ideas about a different future where Ukrainians and Russians can be in the same room and talk to each other. But since our work with the students is online, and we don't want to shut anyone off, we don't want to censor or to give, long lists of explicit rules of, topics that are okay and topics that may appear to be just too sensitive and too painful. We learned not to rely on the understanding of Russian colleagues and students of what Ukrainians actually live through, and I leave it at that. But we want to be careful about our students who sit in bomb shelters with Russian bombs falling on their homes and with someone in the family having been killed, not to be exposed to perhaps unwanted, perhaps meant in a different way, but a comment or a statement that is just way too sensitive, that we cannot somehow mediate and cannot provide pastoral care to the student to sort of deal with that. So that is really what I think we are talking about.
Thank you. So unfortunately, I see so many interests, but unfortunately we used all our time. So I would invite you now, after this panel, we will still have possibility to communicate. So please come and let's talk and let's continue over dinner. But now we have to stop. And I would like to summarize basically the experience we have here and what we learned. So basically what we were telling, if asking the question how diaspora can make a difference to the country of origin, what I would see definitely we can educate the young students, we can help them applying for international grants, be it to the country or to get an experience abroad. We understand there are different countries. There are countries which are open as a society but are under bombs of other countries, and are countries which are not open as a society. So there the major burden for scholars is coming from the government of that country, not from the other country shelling bombs on these people. So for this there are some differences, but in any case diasporas can provide the knowledge, can be the bridge between two societies, the society of origin and scientific society of origin and the society where we are now. It can be someone who explains and has this mutual cultural background to understand, to bring these two societies to understand each other better. Definitely always can be also someone informing the other side about history, knowledge, circumstances, and that's what we were hearing today every time. And I would like also maybe to put a small input from my side. It's also very important for Ukraine, but also for many other countries, maybe to work on this twinning project. So having people on both sides communicate scientifically with each other, do common research project, and this is also maybe something where support of European Union, of German funding organizations and of other funding organizations may be very important, just to have this twinning in a core of the thought how we can help people in and outside the country to work together, to develop their scientific merits and to profit in spite of war or some governments which are not supporting scientific freedom. Thank you so much. And thank you to all my panelists.
Thank you very much to this wonderful panel. Thank you to all the panelists and session chairs today. It's my pleasure to just wrap up the day with some minor logistical points. Because this is the last time we come together in this plenary, everybody in one room, I just want to thank everybody again for being here. I'd like to thank our Inspireurope partners and our partners across the board who've helped us build this meeting. I'd like to thank Congressa, who've made all this possible. And I'd really like to thank my colleagues, Maike Diderot and Sandra Gjiva, who made all this happen on our side. Thank you very much. So, yes, well-deserved applause. Very important logistical point for tomorrow morning. We will not be here. We will be literally down the road at the DBB Forum. It's a different venue, so please take care to be there at 9 o'clock. And just to make it a bit more difficult, this concerns everybody except those joining the workshop Gain Clarity on Your Career Path for Computer Sciences. Everybody who's in this computer science, information technology workshop and training, this will be at the Wissenschaftsforum at Gendarmenmarkt. Look at the app, there is a Google link, it's also just around the corner, but please be aware that at 9 o'clock you're expected there, not at DBB Forum. And now, just to close down this day, our excellent photographer, David Auserhofer, has agreed to take group pictures if you so desire. We thought this would be a good location to do it, so for all the PSI fellows, for all the MSCA, for Ukraine fellows or other groups. So maybe find yourself here before you go over to dinner. There's an opportunity to take group pictures in front of also the screen and the logos if you wish to do so. This would be the time now. Thank you, everybody, and have a wonderful dinner.